okay, which is just a big square of this fabric and 2 stitch and flip.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. In Visualize Live.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Sunday Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's great to have your company. Oh, have I got a lovely day for you. Let's start with our early bird. And I've got 2. Let's start with the first one. It is the June Taylor Quilt As You Go Sophisticated Strips Quilt. If you are really new to quilting, or you want a quick quilt that you can literally make in a couple of hours, this is the one. $18.99. You've got full instructions inside. I'm gonna rip it open. I'm gonna show you. And I'll show you. You get the full wadding for your quilt. So all you need to provide is the fabric, okay? And it would work with maybe some half meters, some scraps, things like that. And if you had something like a big print fabric, that would work really well. But I'll show you. So what you've got is you've got these broad diagonal strips that go across through the centre of the quilt. And then you've got some strips at the side and some strips at the side. There isn't a picture, I don't think. Well, there kind of is, actually. Look, I'll show you there. Can you see? There's your whole quilt. So you've got those broad strips across the centre and small at the side. 40 inches by 50 inches finished. Yeah, I think it would help. Let's have a look. You see? You can see it. Really pretty. Really pretty. Yeah, I mean, very, very quick and easy. And what you do is you layer up your wadding with your backing fabric, and then you put your first strip of fabric over piece number 1. You put piece number 2 right sides together, you sew your seam, and then you flip it back to cover piece number 2. So as you're adding the strips together, you're quilting it at the same time. When you've added those strips on, literally, you trim the edge and you bind it, and it's done. This would be a brilliant, brilliant baby quilt. Really quick and easy, and it's 80/20 quilt wadding, all printed. It's a 40-inch by 50-inch quilt wadding. We're not stopping at $18.99. We're going to the lowest ever price. You will need to be quick because I do not have loads. We are going right down to $14.99. Now think about that. Really quick, really easy, super gorgeous. And you could use up fabrics you've already got. Now, if you haven't got pieces that are large enough to cover these strips, just sew several big chunks together or small chunks together. You could make this as easy or as complicated as you like. And here's the thing, when you've added your strips together and flipped them back, that is enough quilting to hold the whole thing together. But if you wanted to add extra quilting down the middle of these strips, you absolutely could. And I would add that quilting as you go along. And that way you won't have to worry about starting and finishing threads. Really quick and easy. What a bargain. Now, if you're a complete beginner, this would be a lovely place to start because it's big pieces. There are very, very easy to follow instructions, but there's also videos online from June Taylor for how to make this quilt. So you've supported all the way. And it is just straight line sewing. Literally by numbers. In total, there are 14 pieces of fabric in the whole quilt. 14. And here's your wadding. It's all pre-printed. Do you know, yesterday we had the brand new William Morris Bedford Park collection. I've got some for today. That would look so good on this quilt. It would look so good on this. But equally, if you'd got K Facet, if you'd got Tula Pink, and like I say, if you haven't got a piece big enough to cover number 1, for example, all I would do is I would sew, you might have an old jelly roll hanging about, I would sew strips together to make it wide enough, trim it to the right size. It could be strips going this way, it could be a square with some strips added on either side, and I would sew them together first, then put them onto the wadding, and then add the next piece. So you really could make this as quick and easy, or a slower project if you wanted to. Now, I do need to let you know that I've only got about 1/3 of my stock left up for grabs. 2/3 of it is checked out and gone, or in baskets. So if you want the sophisticated strips, pre-printed 80/20 wadding, I've only got 20 left now. You will have to be ever so quick. I always have at least one of these in my stash in case I need a quick make for anyone. It's so easy to put together. Michelle, I think that's a brilliant idea. Yeah, to have a couple of these in your stash. You need a quick quilt? Bingo, I gotcha. Gotcha. And actually, it's really easy to add borders to something that's quilt as you go. I've got some new instructions coming out on my birthday weekend, which will tell you how. Hooray! It's Stuart time again. You make my day, Stuart. Carol, you just made my day. Thank you. Actually, Carol, you remind... Can I just say as well, I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who sent in lovely messages yesterday, and also on the fans page for Sewing Street about yesterday's show. It was 5 hours of just me, but I managed to do lots of demos, and you were so kind and put some really lovely comments. So I just wanted to say I read them and I appreciate them very much indeed. Right, keep going through with this. My goodness, I have only got... How many are there in baskets, Hannah? OK, I've got 5 left when you've all checked out your baskets. That is all. It's a brilliant, brilliant deal, actually. And it's our first of 2 early birds. Now, our second early bird, can we have the... Da-dung-da-dung-dung-dung. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Ollie. It's this beautiful book called 40, The Evolution of a Collection, from the Quilters Guild of the British Isles. This was written by Heather Auden, who is the curator of the collection, and I am patron of the Quilters Guild. Kaif and I are patrons of the Quilters Guild. I am a huge fan of the work that they do. Now, this is a beautiful, beautiful book. I'm going to have a good old flick through it in a second, but let's get to the price. We are going under £10, £9.99. It's a gorgeous book. It is a sort of celebration of the work of the Quilters Guild in the first 40 years. There are loads of interesting anecdotes and stories, loads and loads of quilts as well. 40 different quilts from the collection, quilts or quilted items, like, for example, these beautiful slippers. It's some really, really inspiring things. It's not a pattern book, but it's very inspiring. And it's actually really interesting to see how quilting's evolved through the years. This is very reminiscent for me of the 1990s quilting scene. And Anya Townrow, who made this, was from the Midlands. She lived in Walsall, although Dutch originally. And she really, really was one of the driving forces behind foundation paper piecing and really, really helped to popularise the method. Loads of really cool and interesting anecdotes throughout. Where's the bikini? Where's the bikini? There is a quilted bikini. Here it is. Hey. Definitely full coverage, isn't it? It's a full pant. It's a full pant. It's a great book, though. I highly recommend it. And of course, written by Heather, who is curator of the collection and an amazing person. She's just terrific. £9.99 for that. Hi, Stuart. You're my cat's favourite presenter. Sam, I want that on a T-shirt. He loves your demos, and I'm expecting to come home and find my UFOs finished. Love Sam in Nantwich. That's really made me laugh. I love it. I love it. I would love if your cat actually could sew. Prrr, prrr, prrr. I'm so glad you read the comments on Sewing Street Fans page. You so deserve all of the praise. Thank you, Carol. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Also, good morning to Claire. She says, morning, Stuart and all. And to Jan. She says, good morning, Stuart and team. Should we say a quick hello to the gallery? Let's do it. We've got Hannah producing. Flame-haired Titian. Hannah, amazing. And equally amazing, blonde bombshell, Ollie. Hey. And we've also got Finn on the floor. Where are you, Finn? Oh, Finn. Don't run. Don't run. Here he is. Oh, there he is. There he is. Right. Just to remind you, our early bird is about to sell out. How many do we have? Single figures? 7 left. I've got 7 left. It's the sophisticated strips quilt. Lowest ever price. Lowest ever price. Now, before we crack on with the meat and taters of the day, I've managed to get something rather glorious back in stock for you. Yesterday, we had this mega collection back in stock. This is our 60-piece, that's 30 metres of our beautiful cotton solids, and we are going under £200. This sold out completely yesterday, and Hannah has managed to get a few more bundles back in stock. Look at that. All of those peaches, oranges, rusts and browns, glorious pinks, reds, purples, a fabulous array of greens, all the blues, teals. We've got some fabulous neutrals, greys, and also these absolutely beautiful blossom pinks. You're getting half a metre of every single one of these. That's a total of 60 pieces, 30 metres for under £200. Now, that means, we'll just work out the price per half metre, if we may. Just brilliant. $39.99 split pay. $39.99 to get it home. £3.33 for a half metre. That's bonkers. £3.33. I think this is azalea. Look at that. There's your half metre. You'll always have a matching colour. You'll always have the perfect coordinate. Whether you're working with Liberty or Tula or Kaif or Me or anything at all, there will be a colour there to match. I'm a big fan of doing whole quilts in solids, but mix and match them. And also my top tip, if you are going for this bundle, is take a note of all the codes, cut yourself maybe a 5-inch square of each one, have them in a file with the colour name, and then any time you need a replenishment or you think, which solid would work best with this fabric range? You can go to your file, you've got your 5-inch squares and you've got your reference and you know exactly, because we always keep these in stock. But what a fabulous way to get these home for $39.99. There's your split pay. I do think when they're all fanned out in colour, I just want to dive in and start making. Amanda, bless you, she's messaged in to say, morning, Stuart. I've been a member of the Quilters Guild for a year and I love their kind support and the magazines are amazing. Brilliant. Well done, Amanda, and thank you for being a member of the Guild. It's brilliant. Our Quilters Guild is just so phenomenal. If you don't know about them, have a look on their website. They're superb. Hi, Stuart. I really enjoyed your one-man show and all your fabulous tips. Today, I've bought both early birds as, 2 early bird quilts as you go. Looking forward to today. Thanks, Bernadette. Brilliant. Yeah. Great to have them in stock. I think it was a great tip. Lynn says, loved the demo yesterday. I've started the Manx quilt and I'm loving it. That's Lynn and Evesham. Brilliant. I will show you what we're talking about a little later at 10 o'clock when we have the William Morris fabric. Now, I've only got 3 of these bundles left. If you want to get hold of the bundle, I can leave it here, actually. I will slide it across. OK, let's do the menu and let's talk about what we've got coming up for the rest of the day. Right, so 8 a.m, new year, new hobby, quilt waddings explained. At 9 o'clock, we've got the Triplet block quilt with Carolyn Forster. This quilt is stunning. Absolutely stunning. A great scrappy version. We've got a Liberty kit. Isn't that stunning? Love it. Absolutely love it. Instructions on their own are already flying out. This will bust your stash. My goodness me. That will bust your stash. Great quilt. We've also then at 10 o'clock, New Year, New Hobby quilting tools. Also in that hour, I'm going to have the William Morris Bedford Park collection. Now, if you missed out on that yesterday or you weren't watching yesterday, it is such a beautiful range of fabrics. This is a little Manx log cabin cushion that I made using those fabrics. If you want to get hold of the fabrics, you can shop ahead on our website, allthewsewingstreet.com. If you want instructions for making this Manx log cabin, they're in We Love Quilting Volume 2. Now, some of the fabrics in the Bedford Park collection have sold out individually, so we cannot do new bundles or further replenish the bundles. We have got some of the mega bundles that have all the fabrics in them, and we've also got some fat quarter packs, 20 fat quarters, the whole collection. We don't often get things like that, so it's a great opportunity. But there you go. That is coming up at 10 o'clock. Just wanted to mention that. OK. That's at 10. Now, back to the menu. At 11 o'clock, it is Prudence's Choice with Carolyn Forster. If you want some steady, relaxing, mindful hand sewing, look at this. Absolutely fab, isn't it? We've got some kits. We've got acrylic templates, which you can rotary cut around, very importantly. And we've got some kits, really rather lovely. Some Liberty. We've got a gorgeous motor. You can do it by machine, but Carolyn's been going to show us the English method for running stitch piecing. Not English paper piecing, just English piecing. So that's coming up at 11. And then at 12 o'clock, I've got great deals on Brother Sewing Machines, the FS140. Now, I do just need to let you know, folks, that the stock that I have today of the FS140 is our final stock, OK? It is our last of stock. It is not on reorder. I don't know if or when we will ever get it back. So I've got teens left of that machine. £369, great machine. I've also got the MV1150 in that hour. Again, amazing price. The package that you get is out of this world. That's 12 o'clock. OK, if you've got any questions about the Brother Sewing Machines, get them in. I'll answer as many as I can in the 12 o'clock hour. Right, let's start with the 2.5-inch roll. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. So this is, we're going to talk about waddings this hour. Great time to stock up. But if you've never seen this stuff before, This is 2.5 inch, 100% cotton wadding in a roll, and you get 15 metres, okay? So it comes like this, and it's all precisely pre-cut in 2.5 inch strips. I'm going to show you how to use it. £12.49. £12.49. Right, first of all, you need your jelly roll. Now, it could be a jelly roll that you've bought or a strip roll. It could be scraps of fabric. And what you want to do first of all is join all of your strips together with diagonal seams. So the way that I do that is I lay one down, okay, flat on the table, and then I take my next one and I cross them over with just a little bit of sort of overage, all right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew a diagonal line from corner to corner. The reason why I overlap them slightly is because I want to go from this little valley here to this little valley here. And I find it quite easy to do that by eye. You can mark if you prefer. I'm saying I find it quite easy. We'll see, won't we? Right, centre needle position. Drop the needle down, and I'm going to sew from one side to the other. Just a diagonal seam. Okay, I'm going to trim the fabric. Well, I've managed to find the bluntest scissors. Yeah, these aren't really working. I think I'd be quicker chewing my way through. Okay, I got it. Oh, thank you, Finn. Get them out of my sight. Oh. There we go. All right. Smashing. So the reason why I've used a diagonal seam there is because it's going to give me a much, much flatter and more distributed seam allowance, okay? So I will just press that open. Got my iron at the ready. So you join all of your strips together. All right. Next up, let's grab the 2.5 inch strip of wadding. So what you're going to do now is you're going to lay that wadding onto your strip, okay, straight down the middle. And you're going to fold the outer edges in, okay, to the centre. And then you're going to fold the whole thing in half, okay? Right. Now I'm going to go to my sewing machine and I'm going to start to sew. Now I want a slightly longer stitch length here. I'm going to go 3.5 and I'm going to sew a little bit. Sewing without my glasses here, so we'll see how well I do. Oh no, one of the things you can do is you can use your quilter's clips to hold a kind of long strip together if you want to, or you can just fold it as you go. So you're just turning those outer edges into the centre and stitching a straight line just to hold the whole thing together. It's almost like you're making one really, really long bag strap. Right, that's enough. Just to show you your next move. So look, what we've made now is this fabulous kind of thickly padded strip. What you're then going to do is you're going to turn this into a jelly roll rug. So the way you do that is you're going to start by creating... Now, I personally like an oval rug. So kind of a long strip like this, and you bend it round, okay, like this. This is your sort of starting point. Do you see? Like this. And what you'll do then is you'll take this to your sewing machine and zigzag the edges together. And as you bring this around under your machine, you continue to zigzag the two pieces together. You can also do a round rug, although this requires a lot of pressing to get the start going. So you'll do a little bit, you'll stitch it, and then come back out, give it a good press. Do you see? I'll show you some pictures that show you the kind of thing you can make. Look at these. How fabulous. You can make bowls, you can make baskets. Oval rugs are my favourite. I like the tree skirt. That's very cool. This is the stuff that you need, though. It's this 2.5-inch roll of wadding. That will allow you to jump straight in, and away you go. The other thing you can do with these, if you want to, you can make a rectangular rug simply by cutting lots of straight strips like this. Just cut them all, then zigzag them together just in a straight line, and then bind the top edge and bind the bottom edge. And then you don't have to do that thing where you're curling it round. So I've done both. Great fun. Little bit of a demo, I thought, after yesterday. Thought that would be rather fun. So that's your jelly roll rug. A message, good. Morning, Stuart and team. Love your demos. I learned so much. Many thanks. That's from Mags in South Yorkshire. Thank you, Mags. You're very welcome. Right, so that's that. Now, let's do, so the big mega bundle of solid fabrics has sold out. Well done if you managed to get that. But what we have also managed to get in is this beautiful kind of expanded... We did. Can we do the same price crash? It's an amazing crash, actually, on this. It should be $39.90. I've only got 6 of these. You're getting a metre for free. We're going $29.99. $29.99. And look... You are getting all of those. That makes me incredibly happy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 metres in total. And it really is like having your colour wheel. $2.99 a half metre. Incredible value. Absolutely incredible value. Ah, Fiona, bless you. She says, wonderful having you on. Great demos and a very professional approach. Thank you. I'm sending that straight to HR. Isn't this pretty? So pretty. I've only got 3 of these bundles left now. 3 bundles and then it's gone. It's just gorgeous to have these colours. They're so bright and happy, positive, delightful. You see, the thing is, you might just say, I'm going to use these right now and I'm going to get my scraps and I'm going to work them together. You don't have to use the whole thing together. As much as I love a rainbow, you don't always have to use the whole thing. There is so much love, by the way, for this amazing quilt from Carolyn Forster. This one is coming up at 9 o'clock. We've got pattern on its own, physical or digital. It can be machine sewn completely. It's a scrappy classic. You might want a kit. We've got this beautiful Liberty bundle that comes with the pattern. And actually, that's just a sample. There's more of it. It makes much bigger than that. Yeah, we've got some fab shows coming up with Carolyn. That bundle has now sold out. Well done if you got it. Now, wadding is all on split pay, OK? Quilt wadding for your bed quilts, it's all on split pay right now. We've got it on split pay this morning. If you can give me a code. Oh, this is going to be 87, got it. Wow. OK, we're going to start then with my favourite quilt wadding, which is 80-20. 80% cotton, 20% polyester. This is 244 centimetres wide. I should know what that is in inches now, but I don't. Now, this is cut to order, £6.99 a half metre. Now, this hour's about waddings explained, so let me say why 80/20. It's my favourite, 96-inch wide, perfect for bed quilts. Cotton wadding is breathable, natural fibre, naturally wicks moisture away, prevents overheating, it's very breathable as a fibre, and it's light, it's drapey as well. The polyester that's been added, the 20% polyester, gives additional loft. Cotton waddings in themselves, 100% cotton, are very thin, very drapey, don't show off quilting very well. That 20% polyester will show off your quilting better. It also makes it nice and stable to work with. So if you're a brand new quilter or an experienced quilter, this is such an easy quilt wadding, such a versatile quilt wadding. If you are buying this wadding speculatively for your stash, I would go 5 units, 2.5 metres. That's enough to wad a queen-sized quilt. If you make king-sized, go for 3 metres or 6 units. But it's great to have in stock. Even half a metre, I'll show you what half a metre looks like, is going to do you at least 4 cushions. So if you were doing something like quilted bags, if you were doing cushions, if you were doing runners, table runners, if I fold that so you can see, that piece, I'll fold this down, hang on. Oh, there we go. Right, that is a quarter. That is a quarter of the wadding. So if you were doing, say, for example, an 18-inch square cushion, perfect, you'll get 4 out of this, out of half a metre. My top tip, actually, if you're only making a crib quilt and you want a really economical way of getting the wadding, get half a metre of this and some quilt batting tape, cut it in half and splice the 2 halves together. Everyone who has checked out multiple units. It's on split pay. 2 split pays, so £3.49 to get half a metre home. So if you want to get, well, what would 5 be? 5 units. What would your split pay be? 2. £17.47 for your queen-sized wadding on split pay. I think it's, but the thing is, when you finish your quilt top, if you've got your wadding already, and your backing actually as well, already at home, you'll crack straight on. It won't turn into a UFO if you've got your wadding and your backing ready. It's one of those things that will kind of keep you motivated. Brilliant all-rounder, and it's the one I go to most often. Over 50 of you with that wadding in baskets. Amazing. Now, I hope that my father-in-law, Ron, is currently watching, because Ron asked me, he's making quilts for Linus, for the Linus project at the moment, and he asked me the other day about polyester wadding and what I thought of it. And I said, well, do you know what? Most of it I wouldn't give house room to, Ron. I'd be very suspicious about using a polyester wadding. I said, the only one I will recommend to you is the one that we do at Sewing Street, because I've used it and it's beautiful. So this is the wadding I'm talking about. Well, anyone who's ever used polyester wadding in the past will instantly be able to see one of the reasons. This is like proper thin quilt batting. Back in the day, if you bought a polyester wadding, it was about this thick, or this thick, and it was like making a duvet. Or an eiderdown, very slippy as well, hard to get your fabrics layered up and stop them shifting. This almost behaves and feels like a cotton wadding or a blend wadding. It's 100% polyester. Now, first off, that means it is supremely washable and will not shrink at all. It is totally stable. The wadding will not shrink at all with washing. Okay. It is amazingly washable. So particularly if you're making bed quilts for you, bed quilts for kids, for babies, It's a great choice. It's low loft, so it's thin, easy to quilt, but polyester is bouncy. So your quilting will really show. You know, in that same way that 20% polyester and an 80-20 will help to show your quilting a bit better, well, when you quilt polyester wadding, your quilting will look amazing. If you're doing something like trapunto, yeah, or machine sewn trapunto, polyester wadding better than any. Carolyn from the West Midlands got in touch to say, good morning, bonus time, fantastic price on wadding, and I've used one of the vouchers from the Advent, 20% off. Thank you, Sewing Street. Hey, there you go. If you've got Advent vouchers, Carolyn, thanks for reminding us. This is the time to use them. Yeah, scoop them out, use them. Use them up, wear them out. $4.99. This is 228 centimetres wide, so this is 90 inches wide. Again, great value. Great value. This has a little bit more body to it than a cotton wadding. Meg's got in touch from West Yorkshire. Hi, Stuart. I've bought this poly wadding on your advice. It's fabulous. I love it. Thanks. I would never have bought it without you. Meg, I hear you. I would never have bought it myself. I did a test of all of our waddings. I long-armed them all, I washed them all, and I compared them. Polyester came out as kind of, well, actually it came out as my first choice for all-round quiltability, washability, the look, the price. It scored really highly for me. I'm glad you like it. Great choice, great value. As I was just about to say, it does have a bit more body to it. Perfect for quilts, not as drapey as a cotton wadding would be. So where a cotton quilt will really like fall, this has a little bit more substance. If you do a lot of like wall hangings and things like that, and you find your cotton wadding is making rather a rippled looking wall quilt, try polyester. It will hold its shape much, much better. Kate sent a lovely message on Facebook. Thank you, Kate. She says, good morning all. Stuart, you are the master teacher. Super demos yesterday. So inspired. All praise deserved. Thank you, Kate. Really appreciate that. Thank you. I know a lot of people now are making Manx patchwork. I did warn you all. It was a little bit of a rabbit hole. This could very easily sell out. I've only got 20 metres of polyester wadding left. And then it's all gone. This is what you get, by the way. Look, you get a lot in half a metre. If you've never tried it before, actually, why don't you get yourself half a metre? Try it for a cushion or a table runner. See what you think. I've only got 10 metres left. Right. OK, we're going to move on. Yeah, let's do bamboo. The old bamboo. I think this is the bamboo. From the feel, ending 63. Yeah, bamboo. This is bamboo. Right, this is a bamboo blend, I think. Oh, no, it's 100% bamboo. Right, 100% bamboo. Right, let's talk about the qualities of bamboo. So, first of all, it's really soft. Okay, cotton wadding's soft, but bamboo even softer. If you've ever bought bamboo socks, yeah, they're so lovely. Or a bamboo fibre scarf, I mean, amazingly soft. Naturally hypoallergenic, very breathable and light. Probably the most breathable fibre for a quilt wadding. Now, that's great news if you find quilts, blankets, things like that get you overheated and you end up throwing them off in the night because you're getting too hot. Bamboo is the most breathable fibre. And that means that it just allows air to pass through it very, very easily. So you won't get overheated with bamboo. It's very much seen as an eco fibre as well. So it has kind of good green credentials. It's very fast growing. It requires very little in the way of water. Water is the big one, I think. Doesn't really need things like fertilisers either. So the things that are perhaps polluting, like overusing water, overusing chemicals, things like that, bamboo doesn't really need. Very, very fast to grow, and so very quick crop as well. Very light, very breathable, very soft. That soft smoothness, it doesn't have quite the same grip with your cotton fabrics as a cotton or a cotton blend. So I would say if you're brand new to quilting, I would use a cotton or a cotton blend because it will grip the fibres of your cotton fabric better. With this, I would use 50-50. Even if you don't normally, I would use a 50-50. Same with polyester wadding. I would use 505 basting spray to hold them together, and they will quilt absolutely beautifully. Absolutely beautiful. Naturally hypoallergenic, super breathable, a good kind of eco fibre, very soft, beautiful drape. I mean, a beautiful drape on this. Really nice for quilted clothing as well. If you're doing quilted jackets, quilted waistcoats, very breathable but also warm. Very warm as well. I would say of all our waddings, they are all fantastic value for money. They're all fantastic value for money. All fibres will have a little bit of shrinkage. The only one that doesn't shrink at all is polyester. You can expect up to 5% shrinkage when you wash. Does bamboo have the same shrinkage as the 80-20? I love the crinkled look after washing with the 80-20. Yeah, just about the same. Just about the same, yeah. It's that slight kind of, and a little antique-y look, doesn't it? Kind of just slightly pulls in. If you don't want any of that, you can pre-wash your wadding. It does involve putting it in the bathtub, empty bathtub, filling the bathtub half full with lukewarm water, leaving it in, agitating it a little bit. I love that word, agitate your wadding. And then drain the water out. Don't try and lift it out sopping wet. Drain the water out, leave it in the bath. Squeeze down. Then onto towels and like fold towels over and bang through, walk on them, all that kind of thing. And then you can open it out. Hi, Stuart, find this really useful. Do you iron your wadding before using? I often find it has deep creases. Kath, what a brilliant question. No, don't iron it because you can affect the loft, particularly on ones that have got polyester in. What you do is get your wadding out the day before, 24 hours before you're going to use it. Open it out completely. Lay it over a bed and let it naturally, they will naturally relax out. If they're a bit more stubborn, you can give it a little spritz with just plain water. And again, just kind of, also, you can put it into a tumble dryer on the lowest setting and give it a short tumble just until it's barely damp, and then you can put it out over your bed, or in nice weather on a sunny day, if you've got space in your garden, you can open it out in the sunshine. Remember nice weather? Remember sunshine? Do you remember going outside without needing a coat and a hat and gloves? Gosh. Stay cosy with us today, won't you? It's rotten outside. Good morning, Stuart and team. I always use this batting. It quilts lovely. Michelle, great endorsement there. Yeah. Bamboo's a great choice. Like I say, it's a little more slippy in your sandwich. So if you're a pinner or a thread baster, I would just go a bit extra on the pinning or the basting. The easiest way is 505. That will hold it together absolutely beautifully. It will quilt really lovely. Right, that is the bamboo. What should we do? Should we do wool? Let's do wool. This, excuse me, this is wool. This is the wool batting. It just has... I have to do a little smell test. It just has the softest... That's the point, isn't it? It's like if you love knitting with real wool. It's that just gentle scent of natural wool. It's beautiful. So this is 100% wool wadding. It's 220 centimetres wide, 90 inches, 749.5 metre. Now, wool is, for our climate, kind of damp, temperate, rainy climate. Wool is the best choice. For quilts for Britain is the best choice, okay? It deals best with dampness and cold, kind of changeable, temperate climates. Lovely and breathable, okay? Naturally wicks moisture away from the skin, naturally hypoallergenic, naturally flame retardant as well. Okay, so wool has a lot of benefits. It's also warm in winter, steady on, warm in winter, cool in summer, okay? Although sheep do need shearing in the summer, obviously, but it naturally sort of moderates your temperature. The loft, let me show you the loft on a wool wadding, is beautiful. Now, in my quilting test that I did, wool wadding came out joint top for the effect of quilting. In fact, I think it was my absolute favourite, really. The quilting looked incredible. It almost looked like trapunto with just one layer. It was so beautiful when it was quilted. Now, it does have the most shrinkage when you wash it. So it will shrink a little more than a cotton wadding that will give you that kind of antique-y, sort of slightly crinkled look to your quilts, which is beautiful. And it is the most expensive wadding. However, compared with 20 years ago, the price has really come down, I remember in the late 90s, early 2000s, a wool wadding, you would not have got any change out of about £80 for a king-size or queen-size wadding. Truly. Hi, Stuart. Can you explain if there's a right and a wrong side of wadding? Thank you, Liz. That's such a good question. The only time you'll ever spot what looks like a right or wrong side with wadding, I'm just going to grab the 80-20 back for a second, is, I'll show you, you'll be able to see. Right, there's one side, right, and can you see it's got little dimples, almost like orange peel? Can you see those little tiny dimples in the, can you see? Can you see them? Almost like little, right, now if I turn this over, can you see little raised dots? It almost is bumpy, it's bumpy. Okay, that is because this wadding's been needle punched. So you know, like felting, where loads of little needles are stabbed through wool to mat it together, needle punching. Well, the same process is done on some waddings to bind the fibres together. And that creates the look of a right and a wrong side. But in truth, it does not matter which way up you use wadding. It doesn't matter. Yeah, so there isn't a right or wrong side, but there are two different sides to a wadding, but you can use it either way up. Because actually, once you've washed it, that would all go. You know what I mean? You're only seeing it because it's unwashed. That was an interesting question, though, and thank you for asking. We've also had a question from a viewer asking, what is scrim? What is scrim? Here we go. Good morning, Stuart. Thank you for being a Brill teacher. On the label, last time I bought it, the label says, with scrim. What is scrim? Sheena, such a good question. Right, scrim is basically glue. So wadding fibres, because none of these are woven. So the way that the fibres are held together is either by needle punching them together, like felt, or scrim, which is a glue that holds the fibres together. That scrim, couple of things. If you're using like a cotton wadding with scrim, if it was 100% cotton with scrim, you wouldn't want to iron because that could kind of melt or disturb the scrim. You wouldn't want to microwave something with that wadding in because of the scrim, again, because it's a plastic, really. But it's the binding agent, basically. Some scrims in the past could affect how easy they were to hand quilt. A lot of people found it easier to hand quilt something without a scrim. But if you're machine quilting, a modern scrim doesn't really make that much difference. 80-20 is proving your favourite. Very popular. If you want the 80-20, this is 244 centimetres wide. Hi, Stuart. What's the best wadding for making a block keeper? Gillian. Love that question. So this is where you're using wadding as the pages. I would say the very best wadding you can use for that would be 100% cotton. You could use 80-20, but you want a cotton, not a bamboo, not a polyester, and not a wool. Because you know how if you're wearing like a cotton skirt or a cotton shirt and you're quilting and all the fibres stick to you, worse than anything else, it's because cotton attracts cotton. And so when you're layering up your quilt, if you use 100% cotton or an 80-20 cotton mix, your quilt top will naturally want to stick to it. You do, of course, still need to pin or baste it, but it will stick better. If you use a wool, if you use a poly or a bamboo, or a silk wadding, you have to baste really well because the fibres aren't naturally attracted. So 100% cotton. Keep going through for your 80-20. It's my go-to. It's probably the easiest one to use. I also have 70-20. I'm not sure if I've got that here because I've gone through all of the by the half metre. Excuse me. This is an Eco Blend 70-30. It is 100% recycled with scrim, Gillian, with scrim. 70% recycled cotton and 30% recycled polyester. Cool. Yeah, love that. Good. Yeah, eco choice. 549.5 metre, 228 centimetres, or 90 inches wide. It's not 15 metres long, by the way. That's the label off the big roll. You're not getting 15 metres. Let's talk about a couple of other battings that we have. These aren't on split pay, but we've got the insulating batting. This is the insulating batting. Now, this one has got a polyester bat on one side. By the way, batting, wadding, same thing, okay? It's typically called batting in the US, wadding in the UK. I try to use both terms when I remember. And on the other side, it's that shiny silver foil effect, a bit of fluff on this side, but the majority of fluff's on the other side. This is 57 centimetres wide, which is 22.5 inches. It's that wide, basically. That's your width. Smaller projects, lunch bags, great. Shopping bags where you want maybe like to make a freezer bag or a hot food bag, a takeaway bag, yeah. If you want to do something like placemats or a runner where you can put like warm plates on without damaging your table, great. The other thing that they're made for, tends to be more in America, but I totally work this, is to make either mats or cushions. What Americans call them stadium cushions or football cushions. So the kind of thing you take along with you to sit on so that you don't get a cold bottom. Yeah. But you could zigzag two widths together to make it wider if you were doing something like a quilt. Also, really good, if you don't mind the crinkle, it's really good for a quilt. Really warm for a quilt or a picnic blanket maybe. I tell you what we need to get in, we need to source. There's a wadding you can get that has like a non-permeable layer in it, so you can use that for picnic quilts so it won't let the damp through. But we'll have to try and source that. But this is a great thing. Obviously, do not use this in the microwave. $1.99. Yeah, you could make something like, I tell you what, you know, like, especially like when kids have been in the sea and you get those like almost poncho cover-ups with a hood. You could do a quilted one of those with this, which would be lovely. Outdoor swimming, yeah, like dry robe kind of thing. You absolutely could. You absolutely could. But for things like lunch bags, really useful. Yeah, you could definitely piece this together. I wouldn't be too bothered about just doing a wide zigzag. Butt the edges together and do a wide zigzag on something like this. Very cool. I love that we have all these different options. Morning to Delia, by the way. Morning to Laurie as well. She says, morning, Stuart and team. Enjoy your demos. They're great. Have a lovely Sunday. Thank you, lovely. Patricia says, morning, Stuart. Lovely from Blackpool. Not heard from you for ages, Patricia. Hope you're well. This is H640, one of our favourites. This is a polyester bat or fleece, yeah, and then it's got a fusible side. This is our only fusible bat. This one is 90 centimetres wide, okay? So it's a little bit wider than the insulating, but not as wide as a standard quilt bat. It tends to be used more for things like bag making. It's 35 inches wide. But if you do need wider, there's nothing, again, to stop you either using quilt joining tape, or you could butt the edges and use a wide zigzag. I wouldn't do that for a quilt, by the way, because you would tend to see an indentation where you've zigzagged. Cushions, great. Clothing, super. Bags, I think it's superb because it's polyester. It has a bit more shape to it or stability to it. So if you used this for, say, a tote bag, it would have more body, more shape to it than if you used a wadding. It's one of our favourites here. And this is H630, so this is, sorry, H640. So this is the one which is a bit thicker. H630 is very thin. Right. Little bundle. Yes, a little bundle. We've been talking a lot about wadding and quilts. A bit of hand quilting, maybe. These are Sashiko, genuine Sashiko threads from Japan. Yesterday, I was talking about tying quilts rather than quilting them. Sashiko thread is really good for that. There's a crash too. It should be $7.96. That's a great saving. £5.96, £2 saving. And you get 20 metres in each one. You don't split this, you use it as a single strand. If you want instructions on how to tie a quilt, by the way, that is also in We Love Quilting Volume 2, which is the same one that has the Manx patchwork quilt in it. These are the colours you get, by the way. Pink, green, blue. I'm just going to show you as well. Wouldn't these colours be absolutely perfect for quilting the William Morris Bedford Park collection? They are superb, aren't they? If you want instructions for how to do this, this is Manx Folded Patchwork, Volume 2. There you go. There are your instructions in the side graphic coming up. We Love Quilting Volume 2. If you want these fabrics, 10 o'clock or shop ahead. Right. OK, we are going to go to a break. Lots and lots of you going for those Sashiko threads. I've only got about 10 bundles left, so be quick. Right, after the break, Carolyn Forster is in the house. We're doing this gorgeous quilt. Don't go anywhere.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry. You can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
We have had so many emails and messages about this next quilt. Carolyn Forster's here. Hey.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm fine. Nice to see you again.
You too. You've blown up the internet.
I thought you were going to be blown up. It was Christmas for you. Thanks.
Stop it.
Talk. You can't.
Stop it. You've blown up the internet. Everyone's been messaging in saying, I love that quilt. Where can I get the pattern? It's right here, right now. It's the Triplet block, and the quilt is 81.5 inches square. You could make it smaller. You could make it bigger. The kit will make 81.5 inch square quilt, which is a brilliant size, isn't it, Carolyn?
I think it's nice because it's sort of big enough to have on a bed, or it's like really snuggly when you got it on the sofa on top of you. So,
yeah.
which you need at the minute because it's chilly.
You really do. You really do. This is a beautiful quilt kit. This is Liberty. You get 6 whole metres of Liberty plus your 2 coordinates. This Liberty metre. This is Wiltshire Shadow. You've got some dreams there and a gorgeous cotton solid. This is a fabulous, fabulous kit. We've got vanilla solid there, and then you've got these wonderful sort of blossoms and florals, really pretty. It's got a kind of nostalgic look to it, and it is called the Nostalgic Collection. Made up, I'm astounded that this quilt only has 5 feature fabrics in it. It looks like there's about 20 different fabrics in that quilt.
Yeah, I must admit, because I tend to do like really, really scrappy, so I just pull from the stash. And when they were like, oh, we're going to do that as a kit, and look, we've got you these fabrics. And I'm like, oh, lovely, Liberty, you know, nice collection. And then I'm like, wow, OK, so I was a bit hesitant, but then it was like, as soon as I started working with them, because you can make the blocks, they work up really quickly with the sewing machine. And when I started playing with them, I was just like, oh my goodness, this is fab. I loved it. Yeah, loved it. It looks so much more than it's like a dinner party thing when you make something and it's not been too much effort, but it looks fab.
Yes.
And I felt like that with that quilt. It was like that ultimate dinner party.
I love that in a quilt and a dinner party. It is gorgeous. You're absolutely loving this kilt. Kilt?
Well, kilts are in, aren't they, at the minute? There was something about that because of Stranger
not with my
Things.
legs. No, actually, I've got good legs for a quilt. Kilt. 81.5 inches square. If you use... Oh, temptation, says Susan. Yes, I know. I know. Oh. What? Who would have believed those fabrics together make that beautiful quilt? I agree, Karen. I'm astounded that those fabrics can make a quilt that looks so scrappy. It looks really scrappy. You could add a few in from your stash, couldn't you, if you wanted?
Of course you could, because also if you really like I love the Liberty prints, and so I know that I've got some at home that I think, oh yeah, I had that previously, or I've looked at other colourways that collection's coming in, and yeah, you can sneak in whatever, and you can choose one of your favourites. Because I must admit, I already chose my favourite to bind it with.
Oh really?
Already.
Which
So
one?
I had to order a metre for that.
Tell me when to start.
It was actually the one right on the end, that one. Yeah, the other colours that it came in I loved as well. But that was, yeah,
really
that
lovely.
was like so cool. So it's really lovely to see it like pin-pricked through the quilt. I love that.
Half the stock has gone. Check out your baskets, won't you? It's gorgeous. And, of course, you do get the full pattern from Carolyn Forster. Beautiful kit, Carolyn. Morning, Stuart, by the way. Steph, thank you. Morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is really lovely. And, of course, you'll have the pattern to use again and again. And you could use your scraps for this, couldn't you?
I think... oh, excuse me, I'm froggy. Yeah, exactly. I mean, when I did it, when I made them, because I found the blocks so addictive to make, so I, in effect, over-made them in the first place. And I found that then I've used them in other quilts, like kitchen sink type quilts, to bring everything together. So I think the blocks are fun to make. And then when you're using up, like, good stash, then it's like, it's a real treat to stitch. And again, if you're starting off with the kit, I think,
Feel free to add.
Feel free to add, yeah, definitely.
I'm going to move that to one side. We're going to do pattern on its own. Lots of you want the pattern on its own. A great stash buster. $9.99 for the pattern. This is physical pattern. Over 50 of you already checked out on this. Caroline, may I ask you, if you do a lot of scrappy quilts, are we going to do one scrap per block, or are we going to do scraps within a block? What's your best strategy?
In this particular quilt, I must admit, I've only put one set of fabrics in each block. But to be honest, and when I was playing with the fabrics for the kit, I was thinking then, there might be some triangles left over, because obviously I haven't made up everything for the whole quilt. And then I was thinking, shall I cheat and shall I put some miscellaneous bits? But I must admit, the cutting for the pattern, I cut all the fabrics, or I was talk about cutting them, so you're working on 2 blocks at a time. And that's purely because of the way we make the quarter square triangle units.
Got you.
So I'm sort of working on 2 blocks at a time, and I was quite focused on my fabrics. But I think, at the end of it, if you really only got little bits, you can cut some 3.5-inch squares from something, and for the quarter square triangles, it's 4 1/4, then you know that you can think, right, well, I can put that in, why not? It's a scrap quilt.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going absolutely wild for the pattern. You're loving it. What a scrap buster. You get your full instructions. Do you know, it's just fab. And you could use this as a sort of, whenever I've got 20 minutes or half an hour, I'll cut a block or I'll piece a block and build it up over a year.
Yeah, or I find that I think, this can be a slow burn. And then I'm like, but actually, if I just make a few more. Well, I've made those, and now, look at this fabric, if I make another one. And also with mine, with the low volume, the white on white sort of prints, we've got 3 in the kit.
Yeah.
And I know I had, again, really scrappy in the original quilt. So I used up loads of oddments, loads of odds and ends from that that I've had left over from other stuff. Or if you buy a bundle of something and you then end up swapping something else in for one of the low volumes, I've ended up with I'm going to cut it up and use it in this now.
It's a really good time to use up bits and bobs.
Keep your fabrics moving.
Oh, for sure.
Keep them moving.
Keep them turned over. Do you ever mix fibres in a quilt? Would you ever use, say, lawn as well as cotton in a quilt, or...?
I don't know, I think lawn is cotton.
Yeah, well, I meant more kind of different weight.
Yeah, different weight.
Yeah.
You see, we're on the ball this morning.
You are!
I'll fall flat on my face soon, don't worry. I will use cotton lawns, because with the Liberty, then that always, it's like, although we get the great quilting cottons now, which are that, like, patchwork weight, if you've got a stash, of the lawn, because I know I buy that as well.
Yeah, for
I'm just
sure.
a real sucker for that. then yeah, do, because they're all sturdy cottons. As far as mixing fibres, I must admit I mostly only buy either cottons or linens, so I don't usually buy anything particularly man-made.
No, sure.
But I know with my batting, because you were talking about waddings earlier, when you were going, and this is my favourite one, I'm listening, I'm thinking, what's his favourite one? What's his favourite one? And when you said 80-20, I was like, yes, I'm with you there.
Yes.
So
really, why?
Well, it was a lot of what you said. I found that I just think it's really easy to handle as a hand quilter. And so I found that when I teach beginners or people who are new, you haven't got to worry about quilting too densely. It's really forgiving, and it doesn't seem to have any needle resistance. So it means, yeah, it's easy on your hands for hand, big stitch quilting or even tying. So,
Brilliant.
Yeah.
It's great to get your perspective on that, especially as someone who does a lot of hand quilting.
Yeah, because as you know, the machine and hand quilting, you've got different qualities required, sort of thing.
Right.
But I do find the 80-20 is just an excellent all-round one.
It is a good all-rounder. It's our side graphic, by the way. Now, the easiest way to check out your baskets is on the website. There is a bit of a queue on the phone lines. Thanks for that, Carolyn. That's down to you.
My pleasure.
It is a free phone number, 0800 001 4433. But as I say, the quickest way is through the website. The pattern's proving incredibly popular. Hillary's got in touch to say, I love Carolyn's designs. I've got several of her books.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Hillary.
Love it. Right, that's the physical pattern. If you want digital, you want that pattern now, today. In fact, within the hour. Do it. Grab your scraps. Get quilting. $9.99 for the digital download. It's an instant download. So don't go out slipping on icy pavement. Stay in and quilt.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't need any excuse, Carolyn, but on a nasty day like today, that's it.
I think, yeah, it's... Yeah, and so I don't know whether we're time sensitive, like this comes out in the summer on some replay
I was going to ask
and we're talking
are you
about
someone
the
that, like,
weather.
in the summer, you're like, no, I can't quilt because I have to be in my garden?
I must admit, I do like gardening, and I don't do it as much as I should by the look of our garden. Anyone would know that. But to be honest, I do quite like stitching outside.
Lovely.
So yeah, if there's a shady spot, I have to be in the shady bits. Yeah, and even quilting outside, because if it's hot, but if you put your quilt, if it's a big quilt, if you're not doing a quilt as you go, and it's a big one, then I just have it over the table, and so it's not sitting on me.
Yeah,
and
perfect.
then I can still quilt and, yeah, enjoy the outside. But, yeah, don't do it now, it's too cold.
Absolutely. If you're only buying the digital download, by the way, there's no P&P, ignore that. Great way of getting it instantly. And there's no templates in this, so you don't have to print anything out, unless you really want to. Now, let's go physical pattern one more time. Gosh, so many of these have sold. Well done. Over 40 of you have this in your basket right now. It's $9.99. A great scrap buster. But equally, I think, Carolyn, you really have brilliantly demonstrated how just a few fabrics can look really scrappy if you're going for that Liberty bundle.
Well, I think because as well, they've put it together for you. So you haven't actually got to... I know some people worry about choosing the right fabrics to go together, or trying to envisage how it's going to look, as opposed to when it's just yardage sitting in front of you. And I'm probably actually in that category. Whereas if I'm thinking, I've got 5 fabrics here, wonder what's going to happen. And I mean, the easiest thing for me is that I will just then start stitching with it.
Okay.
Because that's the easiest way to see. And I must admit, at home, I do stitch blocks that I'm, like, trying out, practising with, and then think, oh, do I like that? And then put them all together. And perhaps some days I'll think, actually, no, it's not.
Doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Or I'm not feeling it. Or I didn't like making them, because I think the process is really important. But actually,
I'm glad you said that.
Well, yeah, it is.
So glad you said. I always say to people, make one block before you cut out the whole quilt. And one of the reasons for that is you might not actually enjoy the process of making this block.
Yeah, because they're all different.
Yeah.
It's weird. Yeah, some things I'll see blocks and I'll draft it out, or I've seen it in a book or an old quilt, and then I think I want it this size, and I go through all this drafting business, and then make it and think, oh, I actually didn't enjoy that.
Right.
And so that's it. It just goes away. And
I've made one block, I'll never do it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah, got that out of my system. Whereas other blocks like this, it's sort of, for me, it's a just can't
Obsession.
eat just one type job.
Are you someone who's like, Carolyn, it's 2 a.m, go to bed?
Well,
we'll leave that there. Now, we have had a question from a viewer asking, have you used only one background fabric for your original, or have you used multiple sort of creams and whites?
in the original, I have used lots of different ones,
Yeah.
like lots and lots. I used it as a real, like, stash buster for my what I call low volumes.
Yeah.
So it was quite interesting, again, for me, then, that the kit had 3.
Yep.
And I was like, whoa, you know, how am I going to play with that? But actually, again, I didn't really stress over it. I just chopped up lots of fabric, actually, to the pieces, sizes that I need, and then paired them up once I'd cut them. So I had like a pile of cut low volume, pile of cut print, and then paired them up and didn't really think too much about it.
Love that. Love that. Sandra from Bedford has got in touch to say, good morning. I think the triplet block would look fabulous in Tilda fabric and would be a great way to use all the scraps you can't bear to throw. Totally. Carolyn, I'd already spotted some Tilda in your quilt. You're a fan, aren't you?
I do like Tilda, yeah. It's, yeah, some of the prints... Well, yeah, all of it, really. Yeah, because they just do such good blenders as well as their, you know, their special collections as well. So, and I like the palette. So,
beautiful.
Yeah, it's just something that mixes well with a lot of what I've already got. And so I think if you're buying in new and it can use up some of what you've already got, then, you know, all the better.
It's like when we get new chickens, Carolyn. They've got to get on with the ones we've already got. And fabrics are the same.
Yep, I've not had the chicken experience, but quickly, thank goodness. But I do know a little bit. I have friends who've got chickens. I know there can be chicken hierarchy and politics and
yes,
a lot going on with chickens.
Oh yes, but yeah, fabrics have got to get on with the ones you've already got, and then you can use them all. Now this next bundle, something completely different, a wider selection. This is in ½ meters this time. In Moda. Look at all... I mean, this would be absolutely glorious. If you're someone that verges more on the brighter end of the fabric spectrum, you're going to love this. So you've got all of these ½ meters, and then you've got 3 solids, aqua, sangria, and navy. So these are your backgrounds. So very different look.
I think it's stunning, because when they said, when I came in today, oh, we've got another collection that we can work with this quilt, I was sort of like, oh, wow, what's that going to be? What's that going to be? And I always find it really interesting seeing the way other people can envisage something that I've done.
Yeah.
You know, and to do it with the solids as well, I think it gives it like a really strong, vibrant, just a really different look. But I think that's a good thing about patchwork. You can give one quilt so many different looks.
You certainly can. And the solid's going to give real kind of high contrast with these very patterned fabrics, isn't it?
I think it's, in fact, sitting there looking at that now, in my head, I'm thinking, oh, and I'd put the navy with this and that pink and, just using those solids, I think, it's just a great, like, I do like those big prints as well, because when you cut up the big prints, they'll all look completely different. Yeah. As opposed to when you have smaller prints, which are a little bit more conservative, because you cut it up and it will always look the same because of the scale of print. Right. And yet when you get those nice big prints, then it just gives you so much more bang for your buck, as they say, because it's always going to look different every time you cut it up.
Really well. It's one of my favourite phrases, Carolyn. Bang for your buck.
I was going to say, I'm waiting to find out what that one was out of what I said, OK?
I love it. I love it. You also get the pattern, of course, as well. And what a great price. £109.99. Loads of variety there. My top tip would still be go to your stash. And if you've anything extra you can sneak in, go for it.
I do. I think when you buy the kits to start, I always find them like as a starting
Mm-hmm.
block, because it's right, well, I can hunker down and really get to it without having to sort through. But then when you've got that 5 minutes, although it usually turns into like half an hour, to go through your stash,
Yeah.
it's always that picking and choosing. And I think when you're in that right frame of mind and you're sitting there and you've got a cup of coffee and you're like, oh, this an auditioning thing,
Yes.
they say, don't they?
Yes.
So, yeah, you can audition away against the kits that you've bought, which is your springboard.
Yeah, you've got your framework, haven't you? Beautiful. Well, are you team Moda? Are you team Liberty? Are you team Scrappy? I'm all of those teams.
And it's all of it, isn't it, really, at the end of it, which is what makes it so sad.
So exciting. No, it's so wonderful. If you've got the pattern in your basket, I urge you to check out. It's flying out. Absolutely flying out. You're loving it. Could we go to demo, please, Carolyn?
Yes, we can go to demo. What we're going to... a bit of fluff there in case anyone notices that. What we're going to do is I'm going to talk to you about making the quarter square triangle units. So
Smashing.
they're these units that go down the centre of the block. And what we're going to do, so it's these little ones here. And so it's made up of 4 triangles. And so these units are generally called quarter square triangles. And so what we'll be making... I think sometimes when they're on their own like that, you can call them hourglass blocks as well. But it's made up of 4 triangles, so it's a square that's cut into quarters. Because I know sometimes when we've got half square triangle, it's all the lingo and all the letters, isn't it? I often think that if you've just got half square triangles, then that's like a Marks and Spencer sandwich.
Okay.
Going on a food thing here,
Yeah.
completely abstract.
Yeah.
And if we've got quarter square triangles, they're like afternoon tea sandwiches, aren't they? Because they're smaller.
You're so refined. I love that.
I'm not saying it's what I do, but
Do you
I'm
love
just
going for an afternoon tea?
Do you know, I'm not really sure, because it's neither... This sounds awful. It's neither one thing nor the other, is it? So do you have much lunch beforehand? Or if you have afternoon tea, do you still have supper in the evening? Oh, right, OK, then. You've got it all sorted, OK.
If you have like, dinner at 8...
Oh, OK,
afternoon tea at 3, lunch at 12.
And you have to get up extra early to get breakfast in.
You've got to plan your meals, Carolyn.
It's a day.
This is the mistake people make. They don't plan their meals carefully enough.
They don't, do they? They don't get them early enough to get them all in. Good grief. OK, so anyway, back to our half and quarter square triangles. You're actually going to start off in the same way that we did quick half square triangles last time I was on. So you're going to have 2 fabrics. I've got a print and I've got one of the loaf volumes there, and right sides together, and I've drawn a line diagonally. And the next thing you'll do is, on your sewing machine, is you need to stitch 1/4 inch away from that centre line. So what is really important is that you use a really fine pencil. So if you've got a propelling pencil that you use on your fabrics, obviously you need to be able to see it. So you get some of the brands, they do white, green, pink, but they're all for fabric. I've just got the regular lead one here because it was just cream. And then the stitching line, as I say, important 1/4 inch from either side. So they're like tram lines. And then what you're going to do is, so you can see there, nearly preview there, you've got your 2 half square triangles. So if you cut those in half, so this is a big day for me, actually going to cut something up on the, you find out the blade's really wobbly, which it is. Hey-ho, it's like the scissors earlier, isn't it?
Oh, don't.
Right, well, that's it. I'm never doing that again.
It was quicker to nibble through, Carolyn.
Yeah, so that's it. I'll bring my own next time. And you end up with 2 of these. And that is what you need for the next stage. So with these, you're going to press, and I have pressed, I know pressing's always a big question. I have pressed towards the print. I've pressed towards the darkest side on here. Okay. Now, we are going to press differently at another stage. And my explaining why I'm reasoning this is because if I press this seam open, which, yes, does distribute bulk better. But in a minute, we're going to have to join these two together, and you get a better join if you've pressed them to one side. So, those are my cut ones. These are my next stage. So because I've pressed to the dark on each of them, when I put them back together, right sides together, you've got that ridge down the centre, and you can butt that up really closely to get a really nice crisp point at the end when the 4 triangles appear. So if you press those seams open, you have to then sort of look and find out where that open seam is, and then you're going to have to pin it. It's still just too much, isn't it? It's too much. So you then draw a line again. So it's again what you did before, sharp pencil, diagonal line. And then we're going to stitch again tram lines either side of that line. And again, if you want a little sneak preview before you cut, I'm all for sneak previews, you can see what's going to happen before we cut that up. So when they come back to us after you've cut them, so you can see for every light and dark square that you have, you're going to end up with 2 units, 2 blocks finished. And at this point, this is where the pressing changes. So at this point, because I haven't got to match anything up now, they're just squares made up about 4 triangles. So I've actually pressed the seam open because it does give you less bulk in the corners. So although we've got the slightly bulkier corners here, I've sort of met the issue halfway.
Sure.
You know, we've pressed to the dark initially because it gives us better accuracy for the centre. But
especially in the centre, you'd have a right old lump on one side if you pressed one way, wouldn't you?
Well, if you press, it's in the corners, you're going to end up with it in the corners all the time. So, but I just think for accuracy, and also, if you did press that to one side, you've got, you'll have 5 layers of fabric on top of each other at one point. So, and I must admit, I have been there and I do that. Yeah.
But hand quilters like, do hand quilters like open seams?
Do you know, I do think it is like 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. Because if people like to do a lot of outline quilting, if you've pressed the seam in one direction, you get a really nice sort of ridge or ditch that you can feel to quilt a 1/4 inch away without having to mark anything. And I think when you're getting your eye in, that's a really nice thing. But obviously you've then got the other side of the seam where you've got nothing. So you're left a bit sort of floating in midair. Now, if you pressed your seams open, you've got that slight ridge either side of that seam, and that can help you guide with your quilting.
Great point.
So it's just, I think the more you do and the more ways you experiment, the more you work out what you like or what works for you in certain situations. So
I think that's such a good point. There's no one answer.
It isn't. It is just, it's like me. So for me, with a lot of things with these 1/4 square triangle blocks, if they weren't all going together, if they were all going with squares, you know, then I'd probably, just for speed, I'd press all the seams in one direction. I'm just like, yeah, it's fine. And although we're saying, and I'm saying, if you pressed it over here, you'll end up with a lot of bulk, you're putting this on batting, on that wadding, and that absorbs. You know, it's not like you're trying for something perfectly flat, because otherwise we'd just have a flat piece of material, wouldn't we, and get on with it. So you are trying, you know, to, make your shapes and patterns. And I just think, the more experience you have of more techniques, then the more you can say, I'm using this now because, or I'm pressing it that way because, as opposed to I'm just blindly doing it and hoping for the best.
Right. Yeah, because some people just say, always press to the dark side, because it's what they've heard. And actually, there's lots of times when that is not the best strategy.
It's not going to work, So, just be open to, you know, if someone, actually, we talked beforehand this morning when we were setting up, and you were telling me about a method for doing these. And I was
No one else has ever heard of,
exactly.
ever.
But I'm just like, No, tell me that again. Because I know when I get home later today or tomorrow, when I have 5 minutes, I'm going to have a go of that and see how that works. Because I'm like, OK, no one's ever heard of it. You're the only person who's ever done it. But, yep, let's see what happens, you know.
I've always been out there on my own. If you're going for the pattern, be quick. It's really, really popular. I can't remember the last time I saw a pattern as popular as this, Carolyn. Ooh. Is that promise that you could use up all your scraps?
I think as well, the blocks aren't huge.
Right.
And they haven't got a huge amount of different pieces, have they? No. So basically, you're only cutting squares initially, and all you're going to do, you know, all you need are of your scraps. We've got a little block that's sort of ready to go together here. The blocks are 9 inches finished, so that's not hours of sewing, is it? No. And they've only got 2 constituent parts. So it does mean, I mean, and definitely for me, I just found them like really addictive to stitch. Because it was like, right, well, I've used up that bit of fabric. Oh, look, out of this scrap, I can manage to get the right amount of squares. And yeah, so it just sort of keeps itself going.
We've had a few people ask if it's beginner friendly.
I think it is because you have only got squares and you've got these quarter square triangles, which again, everything that I've shown you in the step outs here demonstrating, we've got all those visuals in the pattern. So it doesn't sort of leave you in the mist. And also all the visuals are in colour, they're all photographs, so it's easy to see what's happening. And then basically putting the block together, if you are a beginner, then probably the 9-patch block is the most one common block to start with. Well, this is only a 9-patch block. It's got 3 rows of 3 units, so that's 9 patches. However, the middle 3 rows are your quarter square triangles.
Is that your triplet?
That's my triplet, I think. Sometimes you just don't know where these names come from. Because when I was researching it, the block was first was seen in the 1930s in one of the periodicals or newspaper articles. And you just think, well, actually, yeah, triplet. Yeah, there's just 3 sets. Well, it's 3 sets of 3, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
So as opposed to calling it something, I don't know, like Homeward Bound or...
Yes.
I don't know, something where you think, I just don't know where that came from, which will probably be what we'll be discussing in my next hour later on with the name of that block.
Who was Prudence?
Who was Prudence?
I want to know. I want to know.
We'll never know. So I think beginner friendly because it just takes you to that next level. You've got your squares, you've got half square triangles if you've made those, or if not, it takes you through that. And then the next stage is getting these. And again, you've got all those hints and tips to get those nice, precise centres. And then you've got your pressing as well, which is shown in the pattern, because the pressing matters. Because of the way we put the blocks together afterwards. But again, but you press all the blocks identically. There isn't like, oh, press these ones
There's lots of repetition, isn't there?
Yeah,
so you
over and over. Yeah.
You'll get the skill and you'll practice the skill. And
yes.
I think that's so important. We'll give you the details for the digital download as well. Now, just a point, you can't buy or download the digital download on the app. If you're on the app, it's not compatible. You'd need to be on an iPad or a laptop computer, something like that, through the website rather than through the app. So if you're trying to purchase the download through the app, you can't. You need to go onto the computer. Couple of messages. Steph says, for a relative novice quilter, fascinated to hear you chat. Everyone does things differently. Do what feels right for you. So true.
Absolutely.
And what gives you the results you want?
Oh, crumbs, yeah. If you like how you're doing it, and you like the results, then you're absolutely fine.
It's the right method.
Yeah, it's when people you're thinking, oh, I'm sewing this, and they're saying I've got to sew it like this, but it always comes out wonky, or always this is happening, or I don't like it. Then you think, well, actually, there's always another way. So yeah, just then look to see, have a little research or talk to your quilting teachers, look at
Yeah.
your quilting books and see what there is out there.
Yeah,
But yeah, if
yeah.
you like what you're doing and you're liking the results, you're good, you roll with it.
Yeah, for sure. Keep doing that. Liz's message to say, morning, Stuart. Great to see you again this morning. 2 days in a row. Stick around. I'm back tomorrow. This might be enough for you, to be fair. Is this pattern suitable for a beginner? We've answered that absolutely.
Yes.
I'm looking to start quilting this year. Great demo from Carolyn.
Thank you.
Won't get
Thank you very
better.
much. Thank
Linda's
you.
got in touch. She says, I think this quilt would look amazing in any Janet Clare fabric or the Seth Apter collection you had on yesterday. Make your mark. Linda, I totally agree.
Can't be there more for that, especially the new Janet Clare that's just coming out.
Oh, Sweet Cicely.
Yeah, I couldn't remember what it was
Cecily.
called, but it was just so fresh and so sweet and so like painterly.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, ooh, yeah, get my hands on some of that.
Is that the one that's like really spring, summery,
Yeah.
fresh colours now? Yes,
Yeah.
Sweet Cecily.
Yeah, sweet,
We'll
really
have it
nice.
very soon.
Excellent. We'll get your pattern and then you can get
Gorgeous.
your fabric ready.
That's a great idea, actually. Yeah. Or the William Morris Bedford Park. Have you seen that collection?
Is that what you made your cushion out of?
Yes.
Or not? Yes. Oh, God, I'm on the ball, aren't I? Aren't I
Really
with
are.
it? It's
You
because
look
it was
super-
Manx Log Cabin, and I love a bit of Manx
Love
Log
that.
Cabin. So, yay.
Obsessed with it. Obsessed with it. Right, okay.
Okay.
The bundle that you are using right now, the Liberty, is in real danger of selling out. I've only got 5 of these bundles left once you've checked out your baskets. You get a metre of each of all these 8 fabrics. 6 of them are Liberty. This one here is a cream, a solid, a vanilla solid. And this one is Dreams from Lewis and Irene. We both think that you should add, if you've any more creams in your, add them in. You call them low volume, don't you? Would you just mind explaining what you mean by low volume?
Yeah,
please?
the low volume, to be honest, it's usually more of a term for if you've got like, I don't know, cream fabric with a little print in another colour. Mm-hmm. So it could be a darker cream or it could be a pink or blue or black, but it's just little, so it's not like in your face shouting at you.
So it's quiet.
So it's quiet. So yeah, and so sometimes instead of referring to things like this as lights and darks or prints and plains when they're not all plain, then I just often will use that phrase low volume because it's like a bit of a blanket statement to cover like a multitude of, it can be your plains, it can be your print on prints, but it's usually like, for me, it's always going to be a higher contrast to what my print is.
Right.
So, but it will still have a print, and I just call it like, low volume.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Alison's asked on Facebook, hi there, what's the angel policy for the... Sorry, stop talking in my ear, will you? Honestly. What is your angel policy for your quilt patterns? She makes and sells finished quilts. Is that allowed?
I didn't know what an angel policy was.
Yeah, it
I've never heard of
means,
it.
are you allowed to make and sell? If I was to make one of your quilts, can I then sell the quilt?
Usually with things that I publish on other platforms, like through my publishers or through the magazines, then they've all got their own policy. And I honestly don't know, it's going to be a question I don't know the answer to because it's up to Sewing Street. I mean, technically...
No, it's up to you as the designer, from our point of view.
From your point of view, then it is a block that is out there, like in general.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think if you're going to make and sell, if you always can refer back and reference your source, so in that case, if you've not sourced it from anywhere else, if you've sourced it from me, you have to always acknowledge your source.
Yes.
It's not a copyrighted quilt because it is just one single repeat block, which it is a block that is out there in common. That's why, like, sometimes when I make the quilts, I will always know where the block came from. It won't just be, oh, I saw that on the internet, someone else had made one, I've made one.
Yeah.
It's always going to be a case of, I know where that block was resourced from. I know when it was first published historically, or I know historical references for that quilt.
Got you.
So it's all about doing your due diligence on your research.
Yep.
And I think if your research, sounded daft, stopped with me and that particular quilt, then... But, I think you'd have... Yes, you should acknowledge the source, but I don't think it's copyrighted because it is just... it's just one repeat block quilt with historical reference.
We always say that with quilts in shows as well, don't we? Your quilt label should say where the pattern is, who the designer of the pattern is on your label.
Oh yeah, very much so. I mean, yeah, they've been over the years. It's been a lot better lately. But I know that I've seen quilts in shows that just say, "Oh, doodler quilt made by whoever it is, Fred Bloggs," and I'm thinking, but I know that's a pattern.
Yes.
From someone.
A magazine or a pattern.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then I've been at show and tells before I do talks, and people show their quilts, and I've seen quite a few quilts where the person who's showing it, and I'm standing there waiting to do the talk, and they've made the quilt from one of my books or a pattern, and they'll say, "Oh, it's from this book." Or from this magazine, but they don't actually say that it was mine.
No.
And so, most of the time, someone else will have my back in the audience. I'll say, "Oh, that's Carolyn Forster, and she's here."
She's our speaker tonight, Jean.
So, yeah, it's just an interesting thing that I think these things don't just fall out the sky from nowhere.
Right.
So all the people who are creating patterns and, like you, writing the books, you know, you've put the effort in, you've put the legwork in. And it's not that you want your name emblazoned on the front of the quilt, but yeah, there should always be acknowledgement, because if it's not from an original design, then and again, that's why if you've got what you call an original design, you need to show due diligence in all your research and always be able to pinpoint that. I know, tricky ground.
Yeah. So absolutely. So I think the upshot of that is yes, but make sure that you acknowledge you as the designer on the label. And of course, the pattern, you cannot photocopy it, you cannot teach from it, you cannot reproduce it in part or in full.
Yeah, I think I get groups that often want to make quilts, or have a sewing day but want to use the pattern, and I'm always like, well, this is where you can all get the pattern from.
Yeah.
So if you have groups that wanted, you will get your pattern and all do that. Because otherwise you're on tricky ground, because people put the effort and the legwork in, and buying one pattern and then saying, oh, all 20 of us are going to make this.
Right.
Well,
I know. I often have it with like books. Groups will ask me to teach like a bag from a book, and I say to them, everyone's got to have a book, because I don't own that pattern. My publishers own those patterns. They own all the words. And that's where
you've put the instructions for if people want to make it to be able to make it. So then standing there with like a completely different set of instructions that aren't in the book,
Oh, it's a minefield, isn't it? But you can get your pattern, you can make your quilt, and you can make as many as you like. Instructions on their own, that's the physical pattern, are on screen. But if you want digital, quick and easy, ever so easy. Lots and lots of you have gone digital.
Well, that's because you can start sewing now.
Right this minute.
Right this minute. Because actually there's nothing to print out. So if you've got it downloaded, you can just sit there with it on your laptop or on your screen and, get on with
Jump straight in. Crack on. Get that stash sorted. Alison says, thank you ever so much for your reply. Brilliant. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for
That's the Liberty. We've also, of course, got the Moda kit as well, and then we'll go back to Carolyn. I think you've got a little bit more demo, haven't you? I think this is beautiful. I think this is absolutely gorgeous, and it will look so totally different. Really modern, really striking, jewel bright.
I was going to say, in a day like today when it's so cold outside, you really want that hot vibrancy of what you're working with, don't you?
I agree.
To do something like that, it sort of like warms you up without even, putting on extra layers. So, I think on a day like today, when you want a bit of cheerful, to have to start sewing with those, it's be fab.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Gorgeous. Right, well, that's $109.99. You can get it on split pay for $54.99 if you want to get it home. I've only got 4 of these kits left when you've all checked out your baskets. So don't dilly-dally, as we say.
Dilly-dally.
Dilly-dally. I designed a sock yarn called Dilly-dally.
You what?
I designed sock yarns for Starcraft, and I
just didn't know.
Oh, you didn't hear what it was? And because they're for walking, I named them all after ways of walking.
Oh, that's cool. Oh,
Yeah.
that's clever.
So one of them was called Dilly Dally.
Okay, that's cool. Now I'm on the right page now. Yeah, I think that's why I couldn't design sock yarns because I haven't got that much imagination.
They rejected Codge. They wouldn't do Codge.
Where does that
I
come
like a little
from?
Codge. Well, it's cogitate really, but I sometimes
What's
say
that
if
got
I'm
to do with walking?
well, if I'm just having a wander around, say like Bewdley, just looking in the shops, I'll say I'm having a little Codge around Bewdley.
Okay, yeah, I can see why they're rejecting that one and went with something else.
Also, they didn't really like mince. I've no idea why. Anyway, back to demo.
Oh, okay, right. And all of a sudden, with that instant, let's demo. Okay, the blocks that you're making. So when I've put mine together, when you're putting them together in rows, all you're actually doing is you choose which blocks you want to go together, or your row, and then instead of putting them, for my quilt, I've twisted each one, so each one gets like a 90-degree turn. So what you'll see then is, let's get that there. So you can see that you'll get 4 squares, always you'll get 4 squares coming together. So if you've got 4 different fabrics, then you get obviously more going on than these demo blocks where I've got 1 square in 1 colour. However, to be honest, there's nothing to stop you if you think, oh, actually, I like that. Then get on with it. Because that was the problem with making the new quilt, is that I was having so much fun playing with them. I wanted to put them together differently. And I was like, oh, no, because it's meant to look like the original pattern. So I did. But you can have as much, you know, once you've made your blocks. So if you wanted to put them together in groups of 4, also, if you wanted to do something like that, because you wanted to do quilt as you go, because they're only 9-inch blocks, you wouldn't really quilt 1 block because they're too small to do any sort of quilt as you go. But if you put 4 blocks together, that's 18 inches, and that's quite a nice size to either machine quilt or hand quilt, quilt as you go. Now, although I've alternated them, you can get some really fun patterns by actually having them in like a strippy quilt.
Ooh,
so I don't know how much. I haven't got another spare one there. So you can see then you get this vertical or horizontal, depending on which way you want to do it. And it actually gives the quilt quite a different feel, but you haven't done anything complicated with it. You've just literally, you know, turned the blocks in different ways. So, yeah, so I think if you wanted to make something that was more of a strippy, had more of a horizontal or a vertical directional feel, then that was what I was really tempted to do when I was having a play. So
love that.
So
would you ever alternate or flip the placement of your low volume and your print?
You could do the whole thing in reverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd probably, for this, if you're buying a kit, you'd need to then definitely add more of your low volumes because we've not got as many. But, yeah, definitely, I mean, anything, you could do it in reverse. And then, that's just going to, it depends. You see, I'd got more prints that I wanted to use up.
Of course.
So if you've got more low volume, or if you've got yardage of something, like when you have special offers and things, and it's like, oh, this cream or this little print here, and you buy it with all good intentions, like I do, and then it's still there. And so it's something like that, because you'd need more of it in this sense, then, you could do it completely the opposite way.
Cool.
It looked really funky. Yeah, just always so many options,
There are.
so many ways. Yeah.
You got to play with these instructions, haven't you? Try out different things. Add sashing.
Well, to be honest, it's just like endless, isn't it? Because this is a repeat block quilt. So once you've mastered that, I mean, I haven't put a border on it.
Right.
But if you've got a print where you think, oh, actually, fab, like the print that I used for the binding in the original quilt, I think it's I'm just really peering at it because it's the other side of the studio. It was just a print with a lot of colours in it. Whereas if I wanted to make more of a feature of that, I could have put a border.
Yeah.
My go-to is sort of to cut strips 6.5 inches wide for any border, purely because that's like the width of the ruler that I use the most, so it's like easy. And also with this block it would work well because it's in units of 3 inches. So if I had a border, it's the mathematical proportions of that all work. And it's an easy way to make it bigger without
Visually, it works as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that's to do with just if you don't think about it mathematically, it looks right, doesn't it? But also, that is quite a contemporary take, because I know I've seen, when you look at a lot of old quilts, like really old, I've got quilts at home that I've made where I've got a bit of patchwork in the middle, perhaps about a metre, 36 inches square, and then the border is actually most of the quilt.
Yes.
And that's like really sort of 1700s, turn of the sort of into the 1800s. You had quilts that had a lot more plain and less piecing and that sort of thing. So so nowadays though...
Was that a regional thing or a frozen in time thing, or what was that all about?
I think it was definitely... It wasn't regional, but it was definitely a social and economic thing. In that if you had your patches to make your patchwork, but if you had bigger pieces of fabric that were whole and solid, it actually meant you had more money to buy them. So it was a very much sort of an upper class.
Bit of a status symbol.
Yeah, status symbol, quite sort of thing.
How interesting.
And if you think of all those sort of old four-poster beds with all the bed curtains and the really high-up beds, then you'd have your little bit of patchwork in the middle, and then you'd have all your excess interesting.
But then you go forward maybe 150, 170 years to kind of crazy patchwork, and that was all about showing how much leisure time you've got to do these tiny patches and all of these little bits of embroidery.
Yeah, every sort of look of quilt and way, or fashion, it's just fashion.
Yeah.
Like me, I'm making quilts that don't have any borders. And if you look at a particular era of quilt making, definitely in the States, at the latter end of the 1800s, they didn't have borders. It was just, well, I've made all these blocks, I've put it together, there we go, let's get the binding on. And to be honest, that's, why waste time with the border if you don't need one? But if you do want a border, it makes your quilt bigger without having to put too much effort in.
Yeah.
So
it's fascinating. I could spend all morning just talking quilts with you, but we're running out of time. Keep checking out on your pattern, on your bundle. And actually, also, I would just mention in this hour, we've got wadding and we've got backing fabrics that would be great backing bundles. So have a look on the website. Now, coming up, we've got Prudence's Choice at 11 o'clock.
We've got Prudence.
Who, then, what, why?
Who, then, what, why?
I hope we'll find out all about Prudence. Do you have have you got your Prudence's Choice? Oh, we've got them. Great, let's just show. This is cool.
This is funky, because for me, it looks really contemporary, but it is an old pattern. It's from the 1930s, and I just love that. And it was scrappy. And also, I saw an antique one, vintage antique, whatever you want to call it, and it was for sale.
You didn't just see it, Carolyn, come on.
I bought it as well because I couldn't work out how much I wanted that quilt, but was I going to make one? Okay. But then when I had it, I was like, no, I need to stitch one of these. It's
love it.
So that's what we've done. So that's, we've got templates and hand piecing and all sorts for that.
Gorgeous. You're going to be showing us how to hand piece quilts.
I will.
This is great. If you want to learn how to, no sewing machine required. A sewing needle and some thread, that's all you need.
Yeah.
But equally, you can machine quilt it.
You can machine piece it, because when I made my first one, I actually did that all...
We've found out who Prudence is. Sorry to cut you off. Prudence is Michelle's cat. We'd just like to establish.
Well,
Thanks, Michelle.
Then she needs to make a quilt for her cat,
Totally
Prudence.
Totally
how funny. I can't remember what I was saying now. Yes, you can hand piece it, and yes, you can machine piece it. In the pattern, we'll discover that you can obviously download and print that there are templates for hand piecing. But if you thought you wanted to machine piece it or make the cutting for the hand piecing quicker, then we've got acrylic templates for that.
We do, and I'm glad you've mentioned those because we do only have a very limited number of sets of acrylic templates. You might want to use the break to check them out. Carolyn, we will see you in an hour. Thank you for a wonderful show.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you.
And I'll see you after the break for quilting tools. Don't go anywhere.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry. You can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Absolutely love spending time with Carolyn Forster. We're so lucky to have her here at Sewing Street. Now, that's coming up. That is coming up. But let's talk about a great little bundle like the saving you're getting in the pack. It's all about New Year, new hobby or trying something different. You've got a pack of 2 non-slip textured template plastic, so it won't slip and slide. Really easy to work with. You get a pack of that, a pack of Schmetz quilting needles. Quilting needles have a really sharp, slim point, but they're strong for quilting. They're also really good for piecing. Schmetz, you know I love Schmetz. It's the only piecing needle I will use. You're also getting 1/2 metre of this beautiful Liberty Wiltshire Shadow and a pack of friction pens. Now, what I'm thinking is this quilt right here is made using templates, and in the pattern for Prudence's Choice, you get obviously your paper templates that you can trace off, you can draw around, you could use this as one of your low volume prints. I think this is really well set up, and you're about to make a save. Not £26.46, no, you're going to save £5 on that, which means £21.46. I think it's fabulous, absolutely brill. Are you? I love that. Let's go under 20. Let's do it. Let's do it. To get quilting bundle, and I love getting people £20. We're just going to change. It's cutting out. You get 1/2 metre. Have I turned into Norman Collier? No one here remembers him, but I'm sure you at home do. So you get 1/2 metre of Liberty, your pack of Schmetz needles, your 2 sheets of template plastic, and a pack of clicky friction pens. OK, that is proving really popular. 1/4 of the stock is in baskets, under £20. Remember, this is not a fat quarter. This is a 1/2 metre, a ½ metre of Liberty, beautiful Wiltshire shadow. Look at that. You get ½ a metre. Absolutely loads. You're also getting your pack of Schmetz quilting needles, but they are also great for piecing as well. You've got your 4 clicky friction pens, and you're also getting your 2 sheets of template plastic. Half the stock's gone. Half the stock's gone. It's a chance to save a £5, and you're getting Liberty. It's more than a £5. It's £6. £6.47. £6.47. Well, that's got to be way more than the price of your needles for free, or... I mean, it's getting on for getting the Liberty for free, isn't it, really? Getting there. I think that's a superb deal. Thank you, Hannah. Superb deal. It would work really well for Prudence's Choice, but equally... just lovely to have. Everything there are bits you will use. You may have never used quilting needles before. Super slim, sharp, strong point, so it can penetrate multiple layers. But I recommend them for piecing as well. Absolutely. I want to say a big happy birthday, by the way, to Georgina, whose birthday is today. Happy birthday from everybody here at Sewing Street. Right, pop that to one side. I've got single figures left when you've checked out your baskets. You will have to be ever so quick on that. Now then, these next bundles are absolutely delightful. They're from Tula Pink's True Colours. I'm going to show you really quickly both bundles. One's called Bold and one's called Soft. Blame Hannah. There's your Bold, okay, and then here's your Soft. I particularly wanted to share these with you at this point because although they are very, very different in their style, they're very modern, don't you think they just have a brilliant kind of serendipity that we have them right now, and this gorgeous Prudence's Choice quilt is behind me. This isn't a kit. There isn't a kit for the quilt behind me in these colours. But if you love that sort of overall look of colour, I think these bundles are absolutely brilliantly set up. Let's do Bold first of all. Let's do Bold first of all. This is Pom Poms by Tula Pink. $53.94, and you're going to save. We're dropping the price. Kim remembers Norman. Yes, just love him. $44.95. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant price. Absolutely gorgeous fabrics too. You're going to use these, aren't you? If you're a bag maker, they would be superb for bag making. But I think for Prudence's Choice, the quilt hanging behind me, these could look amazing. Absolutely amazing. I would definitely mix and match these with this soft colourway. This is Bold. Having these in your stash, what a boon. What a boon. Yeah. Especially if you love those kind of brighter, sort of more modern... Now, these are actually sort of 1930s reproduction fabrics in this quilt. It's interesting, isn't it, how at different periods of time, colours come back into fashion. We tend to think of the colours of the past as being duller, softer, more muted. I think most of the time that's because the colours have faded over time. These could make a fabulous patchwork shirt. Derek, do it, do it, do it. Yeah, wouldn't they just? Wouldn't they just? Delicious. Absolutely delicious. They are beautiful. I'm not sure, do we sell these by the ½ metre, Hannah? Some of them we do, some of them not. Some of them have maxed out. Search True Colours on the website and you'll see what we've got. If you want anything in particular, if you did want to make a shirt from one of these. But yeah, this bundle is on Watch Live. Isn't that gorgeous? Love them. That's the bold colourway. Now, just to let you know, half the remaining stock is in baskets. Okay, soft. Soft. Well, this is kind of a little bit fluoro. There's a little bit of fluorescence in there. But I think this is just sparkling. And again, just referring back to Carolyn's quilt, things like this, kind of really sort of bright apple green, almost looks fluorescent, doesn't it? It's really vibrant. And so sometimes when you look at just fabric, oh, is that a bit leery? But actually, when it's in the quilt, it's sparkling, it's exciting, it's dynamic. We've not to be afraid of these things. $44.95, again, you're saving. It's going to be £9, isn't it? Is it £9 saving? $8.99, yeah, great. Lovely, $8.99 saving. Absolutely brilliant. I do think the two together, plus your low volume scraps, would be brilliant. Actually, you could also make the triplet quilt using these. Maybe a dark background. That could be really cool too. I have never seen these on air before. I think they're gorgeous. They were launched at Christmas, weren't they? I like it. I really like it. Both of them. And also as a bag maker, I just think, oh, superb. Absolutely superb. Very nice. True colours are my favourite, actually, from Tula. Can we do this bundle? Because again, this is monochrome and sprinkles. You've got, again, the pom-poms, but done in the black and the silver grey. You've got the beautiful stripe. You've got tent stripes, that is. You've got your pin dot. You've got the sprinkled, is it fairy dust? That's called fairy dust. And a couple of those. I heard the story about this. Literally, Tula was under pressure from Free Spirit. They were like, nope, it's not. We need a different print. We need a different pattern. Come up with something. And she had like half an hour to come up with the idea. And she just threw it. And this is what she came up with. And it's become one of her most iconic prints ever. You're going to make a saving. If you've already checked out your basket, you are going to save £10 on the bundle, $52.93. And again, it's those prints that you will use again and again and again. I mean, so useful to have those. But equally, these are your kind of low volume. Again, easy to use again and again. And they would go brilliantly with the bold or the soft pom-pom bundles. What a quilt that would make. Loads of you going for that. Great, isn't it? Love these fabrics so much. Now, next up. Oh, brilliant. One of my favourites. 15.5-inch square, So Easy ruler. There's a few things I love about this. I love the price. I love the price, $23.99. So easy, make great rulers. They are terrific quality rulers, but they're a really affordable price. $23.99 is a significant saving for what you would pay for, say, an equivalent Creative Grids. $23.99, you've got all your angle lines, 15.5 inches square. Great if you're a bag maker, quilt maker. Absolutely super. If you were inspired yesterday, or you want to have a go at doing Manx patchwork, a square ruler's really useful, really useful. I would recommend it. Now, something you might consider if you're getting a ruler that doesn't have anti-slip on it, I mean, Creative Grids do, but you definitely pay for it. Needle and Bear adhesive ruler grips. They look a bit like polo mints. Yeah? They stick. You peel off, they stick. They don't damage or tear fabrics, but they do provide grip for $3.99. You get 15 in the pack. I think you're paying such a great price for your ruler. I mean, slip, non-slip, I don't know. Sometimes it's just about how you hold the ruler anyway. But you can add these grips. There you go. Ruler $23.99 and the grips for $3.99. You could also use these on acrylic templates. If you're going for the Prudence's Choice templates that are in the next hour with Carolyn Forster, I would get them now or they'll sell out. You might want to get the grips for the back of the templates because they don't come with any non-slip on them, and that would help out a lot, actually. I always think with something big, I can kind of get my hand on that and I can hold that steady, whereas a small template, I need that to be non-slip, otherwise it is going to twist and turn under my hands. So I would get a pack of these for $3.99. Top tip? To be fair, I'm just very, very khaki-handed, and that is the truth. So anything that I can do to make it easier. Now, let's do the Taylor Seville Magic Binding Maker. I am looking. It's blue and it's clear. Okay. I am not seeing it, but that doesn't mean it isn't here. No, I don't think it is here. I'm going to say it's not. Then we will find it. We will find it. We'll have a look at that in a second. It's a Magic Binding Maker. You don't need any heat. It's a no iron, easy fold binding. And it makes 2.5 inch wide fabric binding. It's like your quilt binding. Brilliant. Yeah, cool. Very cool. Should we do the William Morris fabric? Oh, lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Right, let me grab this cushion first of all, because it's the new Bedford Park collection from William Morris. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's William Morris, but it's definitely spring, summer vibes. Lots of fresh green. There's gorgeous pinks in there. There's some golden yellows. It really is lovely and vibrant. And check out the Strawberry Thief print. Isn't that gorgeous? That is in this collection. Love it so much. Now, in the mega bundle, you've got 16 fabrics from the collection, and you're getting 0.5 metre of each. I'll show you the fabrics you're getting. They are wonderful. You get this wonderful monk's hood, a stripe. It's one of my favourite prints, this one, with the birds in the trees. Glorious roses. These two prints here, I mean, super, super useful. Very, very quintessential William Morris. But I love this kind of lighter, brighter, more summery vibe. There's that fabulous. Look. It's William Morris, but it's really kind of gorgeous, girly, pretty. Look at all the colours. in that print. This is sold out on its own, by the way. The only way that you'll be able to get it is in the bundle. One of my favourite prints is this one. This is also sold out on its own, but I drew that out in the squares and in the binding on my cushion. Classic Strawberry Thief. Way oversubscribed. I've only got 6 of these bundles left, and there are 15 of you with it in your basket. Isn't this cute? I think it's the cutest print. I love it. Never seen it before. And I'll show you this one as well because it is just stunning. Absolutely stunning. It's William Morris, without a doubt, but he's definitely got summer vibes. Those are your 16 fabrics. How beautiful are they? Some of these are available by the half metre, by the way, but it is only some of them. Okay, there's nearly 20 of you with this in your basket. I've got 4 left. Okay, 125.86. We won't be able to do this bundle again. Okay, because increasingly more of the fabrics have sold out on their own. So we can't get more in and we can't rebundle. I was doing Manx patchwork yesterday and I was showing how to do it. I'll just show you here. That's how I've made this cushion. It's such a fun method. And you work on a fabric foundation that you fold and press. If you want to see a demo, just rewatch yesterday's show. And then you use strips of fabric, okay, and you lay them down according to the folds in the fabric. You sew, trim that off, and then you fold that fabric up. Can you see this crease here? You fold that fabric up to the next crease and you press, and then I've pinned it in place. And because you've got folded fabric, you actually get the warmth in the quilt from the folds of fabric. You don't put any wadding on. And then what you would do, obviously I would trim this off, and then you get your next strip, lay that across, fold it up. Do you see? And that's how you build up your log cabin, and it has this wonderful folded look to it. The bundle has sold out. If you want full instructions for Manx patchwork, along with 3 other full quilt patterns, you need We Love Quilting Volume 2, the log cabin edition. You get the history and all the kind of, I just love the background to these blocks. Lots of tips and troubleshooting. A classic log cabin made with a jelly roll. 8 different ways to set it. You get thick and thin, curvy log cabin. I used a Moda range for that. Full pattern. You get fresh pineapple, a fresh take on pineapple log cabin quilts. Full pattern for that. I used Tula Pink True Colours. And then Manx log cabin, you get the full pattern, the full technique for how to do Manx log cabin, how to make up the whole quilt. You also get instructions for how to tie a quilt, 2 different methods, and some tips on quilting log cabin quilts. All of that in one booklet for $11.99. And you could make something like that, or that quilt. Yeah, I mean, if you bought those Sashko threads earlier on, you can tie your quilts. It's a really nice alternative, actually, for quilting. And you do it by hand, and it's relaxed, and you have the quilt on your lap, and yeah, it's lovely. Over 30 of you going for the instructions. It's We Love Quilting Volume 2. All of your measurements are in the instructions, okay? If you want the measurements for how to do Manx log cabin, grab the instructions for $11.99. They're all there. They're all there. Right, that bundle has sold out. Well done if you got the Bedford Park. Now, I've also got a fat quarter bundle, and that's actually got all of these prints plus 4 more. There's actually 20 fabrics in the bundle. Yes, Yes. Is it though? Yes, it is. You could totally do the Manx. Yeah, you could totally do the Manx with the fat quarters. They're more than big enough. I'm just going to grab this open because I want to show you. Hey, Finn, you've done a good job tying this up. There we go. Right. Because look, that one wasn't in the half meters. I'll show you, look. So you've got fat quarters. This is another one. Look how beautiful that is. Gorgeous. Okay. It's all got those spring summer vibes. You've got the Strawberry Thief in this light tone as well as the dark tone. So that's another of your extras. You've got your stripe. So these were all available by the half metre, but you're getting fat quarters of all of these. Okay. This is another one that's an extra. Isn't that gorgeous? That's proper William Morris, isn't it? Look, there it is. There it is. In there. Do you know what? I think there are actually 5 fabrics in here that we haven't got by the half metre. I don't know why that is, but because there's also this one, the honeysuckle, which is delightful. Those are all your fabrics that you get in the fat quarter bundle. 20. Half my available stock is in baskets. We very rarely have fat quarters available. If you wanted to make either Prudence's Choice or the Triplet quilt, the fat quarters would be a great way to go. Because actually, if you think about it, our lowest priced quilt kit for Prudence's Choice was $109.99. Now, for $89.99, you've got 20 fat quarters there. I would add my own low volume creams, tans, neutrals, okay, from home. Grab the pattern. Away you go. Macawa linen texture would be a lovely. You could use one background colour for the whole thing. Just use an ivory maybe and use these as your feature prints and actually make your own kit. We so rarely have fat quarters. This is a great opportunity. Don't miss out. Getting the whole range. Hi, Stuart. Is there going to be a volume 3? Please. Great show. That's from Jenny. Jenny, volume 3 came out last year. It's Scrappy Stars. And you get the pattern for... I've got all the quilts in my car, actually. That's no good. You get Stars in the Cabin. You get Feathered Star Medallion quilt. And you also get Lemoyne Star quilt pattern, 3 different. Now, I'm working on volume 4 at the moment. We had it yesterday. Yeah, we'll try and pop it on. But volume 4 will be coming up soon. It will be coming up soon. Yeah, we love quilting volume 2. 3, rather, yeah. Okay, great. Right, so many of you going for the fat quarter bundle. But you've got 3 bundles left. Check out, check out. I do have the binding tool now. Yeah, I'll pop those to one side. They are absolutely beautiful fabrics. I do love the kind of autumny William Morris. But to have spring William Morris is just gorgeous. Right, here we go. So this is the Magic Binding Maker from Taylor Seville. Okay, and it is, isn't this clever? So basically, you run a flat strip of fabric through the maker, and it works on pressure. And you literally just put the fabric in, close the latches and pull the fabric through, and it presses the fabric, but pressure rather than heat. So you get this gorgeous, crisp binding strip made. You might also have noticed the shape. So actually you've got a spool to wrap your binding around so that when you're adding your binding to your quilt, you haven't got this big tangle on the floor. Isn't that clever? $24.99. Really clever. I want to know why there's a melon baller on screen. On the left with the white and pink handle. It looks like a melon baller. Mini ice cream scoop, yeah. We're doing mini ice creams. I'm sure it's for something. There we go. There we go. Lots of you giving that a try. I think it's really cool and really good, actually, if, say, for example, you don't have room for an iron in your workroom or you're going to a workshop or a class and you don't want to be constantly up and down. No iron required. No iron required. Right, I've got a little bundle of scissors. So you get 3 different kinds of scissors. All in one. You get pinking shears, great for dressmaking, home decor. You get hobby, household craft scissors, good all-rounders, and very special, Liberty embroidery snips with a lovely sharp fine point. And we're crashing, $38.47. Oh, wow, this is a really good crash. This is a really good crash. You're saving £13. That's phenomenal. $25.47. Pinking shears are so useful to have. If you're bag making and you sew around a curve, rather than snipping in, just take pinking shears to the seam allowance, £8.50 per item. But that's you can't buy pinking shears for £8.50. I very much doubt if you went into Liberty, you'd be able to buy this for £8.50. You can just about buy a carrier bag for £8.50. And you've got your household and craft scissors as well. Good all-rounders. That's phenomenally good value. I like that this has a label that says this is not a toy. Okay? It's not a toy. But this is Liberty Craft Club. That's great. Great work, Hannah. It's great. It's great. It's a brilliant bundle. It's a great bundle. Smashing. Right, that is our scissor bundle. Very good value. Right, needle and bare rulers. Yes. Right. Needle and bare, great value rulers. Great values. And wherever you see a light pink spot, that's actually non-slip grip. Yeah, just there. And this is 2.5 inches wide and it is 18 inches long. Great if you're a jelly roll quilter, strip roll quilter, binding tool. Really useful that, isn't it? $7.99. That's amazing. Great value bit of kit. Probably something you'd use surprisingly often. Actually really good for log cabins. That could be your log cabin ruler. Now, if that was done as a log cabin ruler, it would probably be $25.99, wouldn't it? If that came with instructions, it's a bit like when a cake is made for a wedding, the price goes up threefold. This would be so easy to use for a log cabin. When Charlie and I got married, actually, we were booking a restaurant for lunch. And we just said, oh, it's a celebration, it's a celebration. And then Charlie let slip we were getting married. Oh, that was it. Out came the banqueting menu, 4 times the price. And we were like, no, 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 put that away. We're fine, we're fine. Yeah. That's great value. It's great value. Very easy to read. Very clear. The markings are very clear. I like that. I like the price too. I'm a huge fan of square rulers. I'm going to pick the smallest one to start with. This is 6 inches square, okay, on the nose, 6-inch square. These are so good for squaring up quarter square, half square triangles, just general scrap quilting, small bits, fat quarter quilting. A small ruler is easier to use. That price is amazing, £5.99. Absolutely brilliant. This would be useful if you were doing your Manx patchwork as well. Yeah, it's great. Love that. Okay, I've also got a 9.5-inch square ruler. This would be the one I would most heartily recommend for Manx quilting. Yeah. It's a brilliant price. Absolutely brilliant. £9.99. And it's 9.5 inches square. Again, squaring up blocks, cutting background squares. Remember, Carolyn's triplet block was a 9-inch finished block. So if you wanted a reference point to measure up your blocks, make sure they're the right size and shape, ideal. For less than a tenner. Half the stock's gone into baskets. We're on single figures. Yeah, great. That's that. I've also, as I say, got the 12.5-inch square. £11.99. That's wild. It is a wild. That is wild price. It makes it so accessible. If you were buying these rulers in like the early 2000s, acrylic rulers cost an arm. Rotary cutters cost an arm and a leg. I tell people now I paid like £35 for my first rotary cutter. Now we sell rotary cutters for like £7.99, £9.99. Even branded ones are like under £20. Is amazing. Never been a better time to buy an extra ruler. And if you've bought something else today, you've paid your postage. All my stock's in baskets. Fab. Real Scrap Quilters won this. Or if you like to trim your half square triangles, a lot of people do. This is a 3.5 inch. No, sorry, beg pardon, it's a 4-inch. 4-inch square ruler. A 4-inch square ruler. That is ideal for trimming up to kind of, 4-inch square, half square triangles. Okay, but smaller ruler, easier to trim around, easier and quicker to manipulate. £5.29, you really can't go wrong. If you've got a 6 by 24-inch ruler and you do a lot of fat quarter, scrap quilting, smaller cuts, I think this is a much better option for cutting your quilts out with. Your 24-inch long ruler is great for yardage, but if you're working with fat quarters, this is plenty. This is all you need for £6.99. It's a great price. And these are for rotary cutting. These are that proper, I think it's 1/8 of an inch thick. Fabulous. And then the last one that I've got is 2 inches by 7 inches. Is it 6.5? It is 6.5. 2 inches by 6.5. Yeah. Again, like for small log cabins, I think this would be brilliant. I have got, let me see. No, so I've gone through all of the square. Oh, no, I'll tell you what it is. They are template sets. I'll get to those in a sec. I have just got your standard 6 by 24, and I've got a 6.5. I can't see a 2.5-inch square ruler. 6 by 24. This is good bread and butter ruler, 6 by 24. And actually, if you've already got one, I think get another one, because I have a workshop set that kind of lives in my car. A rotary cutter, a ruler, things like that. If you run a quilt club or a Quilters Guild group, it's great to have some spare kit for people that have never tried patchwork. The last thing you want to do when someone turns and says, I'm really interested. Well, first of all, you need to go out and buy all your equipment. I think it's lovely to be able to say, look, we've got a starter set that you can use today and actually take it home, bring it back next week. You know, hi, Stuart. These rulers are great prices. Do they have grip strips on the underside, please? Thanks. Norma. Not strips, Norma, but all of these spots along here, these are all grippy dots that are part of the ruler. So actually, they are non-slip. Yeah, really good. For the money. You can't go wrong, can you? Now, I've also got a 6.5-inch wide version of the same ruler. This is 24 inches in length. My personal preference these days is the 6.5, because so often I'm cutting 2.5, 3.5 or whatever. And as Carolyn said, she always puts a 6.5-inch border on her quilts because she's got a 6.5-inch ruler. They are great. $11.99 again. Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong. Hi, Phoebe. Glad you're loving the show. Enjoyed the Manx demonstration. All of your sizes, background squares, strips, everything to make it is in We Love Quilting Volume 2. It's on the show today. If you want to make your Manx, grab your pattern and away you go. It's so easy and it's so addictive. You'll love it. You will love it. Right, let's do these little sets. Yeah, these are great. So we've got squares. I'm going to dive in. These are $10.99. It's a set. Excuse me. These have been... I'm fine, thank you. These have been set up, I suppose, really, for English piecing. Different to English paper piecing. Carolyn's going to show us how to do English piecing in there. It's the running stitch method, basically, of hand piecing, because they've got the little dots at the corners, and you mark those on your fabric, and then you just do a running stitch up to the dots. I'm not sure whether it is a non-slip or not, but anyway, you get a 3-inch, 2.5-inch, 2-inch, 1 3/4, 1.5, 1 1/4, 1 and 0.75. Thank you. Oh, brilliant! Thank you. They are non-slip. They are non-slip. They are non-slip. Oh, that's $10.99. It's brilliant value, isn't it? Morning, Stuart. What an amazing show. My basket is overflowing. Well, and I feel slightly guilty, but it is a show of great things, isn't it? You know, there's just lots of lovely... And I think as well, Anne, sometimes it's just about us all reminding ourselves what we do. Because I don't know about you, I can't bear trawling through websites trying to find things like, you know, a really useful ruler or a really useful little bit of basic kit. Oh, no one ever features that on the front page, so I don't see it. It's great when we have shows like this one. We can talk about waddings, talk about templates. I'm so glad that you're finding lots that you need, Anne, because it's useful stuff. That's a great buy. I've only got 14 of those left. Hexagons have sold out. I've got triangles. These are equilateral triangles. So each side is the same length. So 3 of these sewn together will make a half hexagon. 6 sewn together will make a full hex. And a full hex. There you go. There are your sizes. These are fabulous value. And of course you can rotary cut around these. £1.37 per template. They come on like a high tensile steel ring, which unscrews. It unscrews. It's almost like we've hung lighting using this stuff. It's really, but it's really strong. £10.99. Brilliant. Yeah, there's a little screw. It's a little screw to open it up. Oh, I am going to mention that. One bundle. It's bounced back. I've got one bundle available. 125.86, should be 143.84. We cannot rebundle these fabrics because quite a few of them now have sold out. One chance to get this bundle, 125.86. It's on split pay. You'll have to be quick though. It's basically the first person to get it in their basket and check out. You might have missed out, actually. It might still be in your basket. It's gone. Well done. Well done. Fat quarter bundle. When everyone's checked out their baskets, this is also sold out. I mean, at the moment, I've got 15 bundles available, but it's way oversubscribed. There's more than 10 of you that are going to miss out. I'm sure we won't get these back in stock. This will be your only real chance to get. And we never have fat quarters. More's the pity. I think it's fabulous that we've got these. You could do, now if I just grab, see, I did my Manx log cabin quilt, which is here. I did this using all my William Morris scraps from all of the William Morris quilts that I've done over the last few years. I keep all of the scraps, and the whole thing is William Morris, absolutely everything, apart from the binding, funnily enough. And this would be perfect to reproduce this, but in a more kind of fresh spring palette. So I've got my autumn version. Now I can make my spring-summer version. And in Manx, you don't wad it. It's a coverlet. So it's a little bit lighter, still warm, but not as heavy as a quilt. So ideal for spring-summer. If you want the instructions, remember, Volume 2. Lots of you actually today have been using your Advent calendar vouchers. So that gets you 20% off your order. Is that right? Wow, there were different vouchers. Yeah, there was a 20% voucher. Great. Was there something like a free postage voucher, maybe? Great. Great. There's another voucher. If you spend £80, you get money off. It's fab. It's fab. I've only got about 10 of these bundles left now, by the way. Right, next up, let's do the wooden seam roller. I'm looking. I've got it. I've got it. It's wooden. It's wooden. Well, I love that. I love that because it feels lovely in your hands. It looks lovely. And also, it feels like it's going to last and look good forever, one would hope. £6.99. You're going to use this to press your seams without having to get up and go to the iron. If you do machine piecing, foundation paper piecing, if you do hand piecing, all of these will work. If you're a bag maker, if you work with things like PU or vinyl that you can't iron, but you still want to get nice and flat, wooden seam roller. And if you're a paper crafter, actually, a wooden seam roller is a boon. Yeah, doing those card folds, very useful to have. It's just a lovely thing. Again, from Needle and Bear, great price, great product. Now, I've been loving, you've been loving the Tula Pink pom-pom. Let's go soft first of all. These are the soft colours. You've got this glorious, like fluoro yellow. Isn't that delish? Apple green, love that. You've got gorgeous kind of minty green, a fresh sky blue, fluoro pink, love it, and a lilac. Now, I think, although they are absolutely a different kind of fabric altogether, I just think these have got such a synergy with Carolyn's 1930s kind of feed sack style fabrics. Some of those colours. This quilt is next, by the way, Prudence's choice. And don't forget, we now know who Prudence is. She is Michelle's cat. I think we'll all sleep easier in our bed finally knowing who Prudence is. Prudence probably would pick a quilt, though, wouldn't she? Let's be honest. We've only got 4 of these left. $44.95. You're making a big saving. Half a metre for free. This is the bold. Love these colours too. Damson. Gorgeous coral pink, orange, that gorgeous gold. Lovely fresh pistachio, minty green. Loads of you putting this in a basket. I don't have enough for everyone, I'm afraid. I'd love to say I have, but I simply haven't got them all. Oh, it's awful, isn't it? The only thing that keeps me awake at night is the fabric I didn't buy. Carolyn, can you relate? Yeah, it's the only thing that keeps me awake at night. You always regret it. I lie there in bed thinking, I should have bought 3 meters. Why did I only buy a fat quarter?
Especially those dots, because I've been watching it on the telly, and even I've wondered how I could be buying dots.
I just thought, because I was looking at them, Carolyn. Come on.
I'm not.
You're all right, don't worry. Come on. Come on. Carolyn,
I
just thought... don't you bob down anymore. But don't you think those have got something of the fabrics behind?
I did think that, and I did think, yeah, that was why I was, because we sit outside and we can see the programme going on, and I'm looking at those fabrics thinking, oh my goodness, aren't they just the best with that quilt? Isn't that funky? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think that's, really, clever little number of fabrics.
Gorgeous synergy.
So,
love
really
that.
Good fun.
You haven't got to wait long now, actually, for Prudence's Choice, because it's coming up after the break with Carolyn Forster. Can't wait to get you back on air. Well, there you are now. We'll go to break. The sooner we go, the sooner we're back.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry. You can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. And you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Gorgeous to your company today on Sewing Street. So much nicer to stay in the warm and enjoy another glorious hour with Carolyn Forster. Welcome back.
Hello.
Thanks for popping on with me at the end.
That was all right. That was a special treat.
It was a treat. Gorgeous, gorgeous quilt. This is Prudence's choice. We're going to start with the pattern. It's already proving incredibly popular. It is, well, now you can machine piece this if you want to.
You can machine piece it. It was a pattern, because I've even bought the original quilt, the antique one, that was hand pieced. And I must admit, because of the odd shapes and the angles, I hand pieced it. But for the samples for today, I've done some by hand that you'll see, and then this one was done on the machine.
Done on the machine, so both are possible.
Absolutely.
$9.99 for your physical pattern. This is, again, an amazing scrap busting pattern. And actually, you know, often hand piecing is the easier method and the quicker method for a lot of people than machine sewing for weird shapes.
It is. I mean, usually the downside when they're weird shapes is that they're trickier to cut out and we can't use rotary cutting techniques. So that's why I ended up making templates, basically to make it easier for me, then obviously subsequently everyone else. But yeah, I mean, I must admit, when I was doing the samples for this, I wasn't always at home, but because I hand pieced them, they just went with me.
Yeah.
I didn't have to worry about any equipment,
Lovely
just needle,
and portable.
thread, thimble, and that was it, and I was done.
Low cost, low tech. I love that. Now, we do have some templates I'll show you. Karen says Prudence, rather than a name, is showing care and thought for the future. I like that. The definition of prudence is showing care and thought for the future.
That's really cool, actually, because I'd always viewed it, because there was very little actually published information about the block or about the quilt itself. It was evidently, it came out as a pattern in 1933. It was syndicated in a newspaper column, and I think, and the clip from the newspaper column in someone's scrapbook hasn't got any other details except that it was under the name Alice Brooks, and she was basically a name of a pattern designer, often a pseudonym for someone else, at that time in syndicated patchwork patterns in newspapers.
Oh, interesting.
And I'd always just thought, oh, prudence, it's... but actually, when you say about what prudence means... That's quite cool, actually. It makes a lot more sense. Sorry about the one lady with the cat.
No, I like it.
Now
as
perhaps
a cat
not
name
named
or
after
thing.
the cat.
So, yeah, like hope or charity or...
Yeah. I mean, it still says choice, so it sort of makes me still think it was a person, but actually it gives it a lot more depth. Oh, I like that. Oh, well done. Who sold that?
That was very cool. That was from Karen.
Oh, thank you.
Karen.
Well done.
There it is.
Yeah,
Karen
good
Surrey.
call out. Thank you.
Showing care and thought for the future.
Yeah.
Loads and loads
like
of you
that.
coming in for the pattern. Absolutely loads of you. You do get your paper pattern pieces in the back. And Carolyn, they're shown without a seam allowance for a reason.
For a reason. There are basically, if you do regular hand-pieced patchwork, which is basically two fabrics, right sides together, held together with a running stitch, then there are two ways to approach it. One is that you have the templates, because they're odd shapes, and you draw round the actual finished size on the back of the fabric. And that's the way I made mine originally, and those are the templates in the pattern book. So you've got the pattern book, and you can either, download them if you're PDFing.
So you draw around the template and then what? Add the seam allowance when you cut them out?
Then you add the seam allowance when you cut them out. And it doesn't matter if that seam allowance that you've added is particularly accurate. And because of that, when you then put the right sides together, you're actually, when you pin them, you're pinning the line that you drew. So you're not matching up your raw edge in the way that you do if you rotary cut something, which includes the seam allowance. So it's like two different camps of hand piecing, but they all come together to get, the same result. They're just two different ways.
I like that.
So it just depends. If you want to get going quick, like I did when I first did it, I just drafted the templates, cut them out the actual size, and then I add. But it meant I had to hand cut them all with scissors.
Okay.
Which is I like that process, to be honest. Sometimes watching the TV, play is on, or you know, and you're just in that moment, and I like that. Other times I'm like, I really need to get this done quicker. And that's when I look into then rotary cutting, because you can do lots of layers, and the rotary cutting templates will include the seam allowance.
Got you.
And then on those templates we give you information and, you know, the aids to get the lines in the right place for sewing.
Awesome, thank you. We've also got a digital download of the pattern, instant download. Obviously you will need to print off the templates at the very least, and make sure you're printing them off at full size.
At full size. I think on the sheet, as with a lot of them, there's always that little like 1 inch square jobby, so that you know when you print them off, because that is always frustrating, and you're there thinking it won't. I mean, to be honest, they'd probably, if you printed them out at a different percentage, because it's a consistent thing, that's very mathematical, they'll all go together. It just won't be the same size block, so it won't be the same size quilt.
Because the original vintage one is a smaller scale, isn't it?
The original one, they are smaller. Yeah, they're about 8 inches, not that much, about 8 inches square. Now it's 9 inches for this. Oh, no, 10, I think, for this.
I'm just going to mention quickly, I don't know if we've got any left at all, but we have got acrylic templates. Do we have any? Oh, we've got 4 left. It's been really popular. You did exactly as I asked you to, and you shopped. 4 left. There's no pattern, remember. There's no pattern. It's just the templates. And they come like this. They've gone, actually. They've sold out. They come like this, but you just peel the white off.
We say quickly and dismissively.
I know. Well, they've sold out.
Excellent. Well done,
Ever
folks.
so popular. Physical instructions. Now, you can still rotary cut without rotary cutting acrylic templates. You can cut this out, stick it to the bottom of your acrylic ruler.
Yeah, you can do that. You can. What I sometimes do is, if you cut those out, this is really old school. If you cut those out of sandpaper.
Yeah.
And that's like really old school and gritty teeth, actually, the thought of cutting sandpaper. But if you get over that and do that, and then when you put them, if you put them gritty side down on the fabric, you can then, using a small ruler, add your quarter that way and do it that way. It just takes a bit more time. Also, you probably need 2 sets of templates, because you do actually flip them over.
Got you, understood.
The blocks, there are 2 blocks you're going to make. They're mirror images. So for one set...
A and A reverse.
Yeah.
B and
so
B
you'd flip them over. So either you just keep with the gritty only on one side, and after a bit of practice you're getting better at cutting those. If you did that as well, I'd say, and actually helped all round, if you've got one of those rotary cutting mats that pivots round, I don't know what technical phrase, but it turns, doesn't it? These circles or squares.
Yes.
And it means you can leave your fabric on there and then just turn, as opposed to you walking around the table or trying to move your fabric.
Great tip. Great tip. We've also got Mylar plastic. So you could make plastic templates to draw around, which are obviously a lot more durable as well. $5.99 gets you a sheet of Mylar that's 30 centimetres by 45 centimetres. And Mylar's good as well, because if you do need to use it with heat, you can. So
it's good for applique if you're doing there's maybe the only thing I'd do is circles. If you cut the circles out of the Mylar and then gather round and then give them a press, it makes really quick, nice finish for circles. Yeah, I like the heat resistant plastic. Yeah.
But yeah, use it for any templates. Really cool stuff. Fab. Now we've got some bundles. Let's start with the one that's hanging behind Carolyn. Yeah, we've got some gorgeous Liberty in here. You get 6 meters of fabric in total. You've got some gorgeous Liberty. I love that sort of soft peachy colour. You've got some Wiltshire Shadow there. It's lovely and fresh, this, isn't it? Really pretty. A nice floral there. A little bit of is that cloud, maybe? And you've also got 2 metres of, I think it's ivory, isn't it, to go with, plus your pattern. Now, this is going to give you the look of the quilt that's hanging behind Carolyn right now for $79.99. That's great value. And the quilt itself, Carolyn, do you happen to know?
You're going to ask me how big it is.
Big the quilt is.
And I knew that right at the beginning because I'd looked it up.
I got it.
I've got it 60.5 inches.
Ace! It's my favourite size of quilt.
It's a good,
perfect size.
Yeah, it's a good like little lap one. I mean, it does anything and everything, doesn't it, at that size? And also, to me, it's like a really finishable size.
Yes.
You know, especially if you're going to hand piece. I mean, although it is quick, but sometimes when you think, oh, you know, I've had people who make quilts, I think they must be the size of small counties.
Yeah.
And you just think, I don't know if my bedroom's that big, let alone my bed, but that's, you know, what they want, and that's great. And I always sort of think, I want to sort of know in my own mind that's finishable, i.e. the patching and the quilting and getting it in position. And so I think with this sort of size, especially if you want to try something like a bit of machine quilting yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
That's not a bad size to think I could...
Well, I love how when four blocks come together, you get that lovely sort of hexagon of negative space in the background.
Yeah.
That's crying out for a bit of fancy quilting.
Yeah, to me, it makes it all look like they're dancing.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So, yeah, but it was part of the attraction of the pattern of the way the quilt looks. Yeah,
it's kind of interlocking rings, isn't it? So if you've ever thought about making something like, you know, a double wedding ring quilt, but have just thought, no way, life's too short, I think it gives that look of interlocking rings almost, because the illusion, you see one ring, but then you realise that part of it is the next ring.
Yeah, and
so
they go in different directions as well. So I think, again, it's one of those things. It looks a lot more sophisticated than it actually is when you come to putting it together.
It's a very cool pattern indeed. Gorgeous, soft, gentle, very spring-like palette, this. Lots of liberty in there, really gorgeous and great value, $79.99. Instructions included. Now, my second bundle gives the quilt a very different look. Great price point too, $64.99 for this one. Again, you've got some liberty in there. You've got some Wiltshire shadow. You've got this gorgeous little mini gingham. You've got a pink mottle. You've got a dark charcoal grey solid and a deeper pink. Pretty, vibrant cerise dots. Kind of damson jelly. This, I think, is a beautiful palette. And then your neutral this time is black. Now, for me, that is rather gorgeous.
I think that's really funky. I think it made me just think, oh, it's like a gothic, but not gothic.
Yeah.
I don't know whether I should say that or not.
I don't want
It's got that, like, I'm not a girly girl, or, you know, but actually I'm a bit punching hard, you know. Yeah, I really like that. And also, I never see the second choice of kit until I get here, and then it's like, wow, look at that. Yeah, I think that's really cool. I like that ginghamy bit as well.
Isn't that gorgeous? Gingham. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think this is lovely. I think it's interesting, actually. A lot of modern quilters have really taken to hand piecing, and especially with more unusual shapes. You know, I think who's the Australian? Jen Kinwell.
Yeah, she's always, she's hand-pieced,
And a lot of traditional fabrics, but a lot of modern fabrics in her quilts as well.
I think that's because she designs her own fabric, though, doesn't
she?
So you sort of would put that in, wouldn't you?
But, you know, you just see that now where it's a really old technique, but it's been brought right up to date. It really is about making your own choice. If you love traditional fabrics and style, go for it. If you love a modern look, actually these designs work incredibly well. Prudence's Choice would make an incredibly modern-looking quilt.
Well, I think it's just because they're really funky. Because when I can't say it now. Even the quilt that I made originally, it was all quite funky colours.
Yeah.
They're all quite bright. They're all quite. In fact, there's some Jen Kingwell in that because I can see it on the screen behind you.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a whole mixture of lots of different collections. There was some sort of retro 70s stuff. There's some Cafe in there. There's prints with little buttons on. Yeah, it isn't. It's just, yeah, and it gives quite a fresh, bright palette. And to be honest, though, when I show you the old quilt, the palette that they chose for the kit, the first kit, is quite close, and they'd never seen the old quilt.
Interesting.
Which I found that really like, oh, that's spooky. But yeah, I just think, I mean, hand piecing and modern fabrics, inverted commas, when they were hand piecing, you know, in the 1800s, they were using modern fabrics then, weren't they?
Isn't that true?
And some of those, you look at some of the prints when you actually look.
Larry.
And yeah, you think, really?
Larry.
And most of the time, that was dress fabric.
Yeah, yeah. Will you show us the vintage quilt, please, Carolyn? Because we'll put the pattern on it, so it's proven really popular. Because I'm a total fabric nerd when it comes to these things, and I find it fascinating.
So yeah, I don't know what we. So the bit that we can see, you can see on here. So if you think the pattern came out in the newspaper in 1933, so it means whatever was in this was around in 1933 and beyond and before.
Right.
Because it looks like a proper scrap bag quilt. And there's actually fabrics here. This one's older because of the way it's printed and the sort of print that it is. You've got this one, I think, God, I don't know. It's got like a ribbing in it as well. You've got more feed sack type prints, which are these ones. Funky dots.
That's really, I mean, it's quite Larry, that one, isn't it?
If you think of a lot of that, and then you've got something like this grey one. I love this. You've got that sort of thing. And then you've got real little quiet prints, this little leaf with little dots.
Oh, Carolyn, that rust and brown and yellow, I'm sure I had a shirt like that in about 1976.
There you go. Yeah, so it's really, interesting. I think, so a lot of these are sort of around or prior to 1930s into the 40s.
Yeah.
You know, because if it's probably like you get a pattern 1933, we're saying, but you don't necessarily use it there and then, or you accumulate bits. But this one, the background fabric where I've used the white, she's used this little dot in green. And she's got it in a border as well. And then on the back, because I suppose really with dating a quilt, a lot of it's to do with what you put on the back, because that's when you've finished it, isn't it?
And you might well go out and buy that.
Yeah, and this is, it's not brilliantly, it's quite coarse, but the print on it is sort of fairly 30s.
You know, with it being fairly coarse fabric, is that because I'm buying this, I need to buy it quite cheaply? Is that about thrift?
Some of it is probably. I mean, although she's spent the money to buy exactly the same fabric for the backing, she hasn't scrimped on that in the same way that she didn't scrimp with this dot fabric, because that features throughout. And in she's got like borders at the side of this, not all the way round. Although this block is me saying. So this block in the corner is the only one without that green dot.
Oh, so it is.
But she had enough because she's used it in the borders.
What's that all about?
Again, look, it's even gone into this block. It could be that she did a practice block.
Yeah.
You know, I do it in like, oh, well, I'll use this palette, but then thought she'd put it in anyway.
Is it literally the only block in the... Can we open it out, actually?
You
I'm
can
sure
see
everyone at
more
home
of
would
it.
love
Yeah,
to see
easy, whatever
the whole
works,
quilt.
whatever we're... You do your practice at how we're going to do
I tell you what, if you take that side, because it's a rectangle, isn't it? I'll just show you, because I just think it's lovely to see.
So this has got, it's got like these borders now, top and bottom.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you look, I think you must have the corners with the 2 or 1.5 blocks that is just not the same fabric.
Yeah. There it is.
It's always that, speculate, isn't it, now about it?
No, it is.
So it's one block and then the half next to it, and it makes, as a speculate, it's like, I've got this fabric, I'll see how I like making it.
Yes.
I quite fancy that. Started another, then she bought the green dot.
Are these fabrics anywhere else in the quilt? Like
I haven't looked that hard, but these...
Well, that one is,
definitely. There you go. And this one's pieced. So she's cut that. They've made that from something they've had to join together to make it big enough to cut the piece.
Where about?
It's got a seam in it.
Oh, so it...
I love stuff like
look,
that.
literally, there's a seam there. This little corner is an extra
tiny.
piece. I love that. I say to people all the time, it's patchwork. You do not need to go and buy another fat quarter to cut one patch.
Join your bits up. Join the bits up.
Oh, that's a
Funny.
real treat, Carolyn. A real treat to see that.
All right.
Thank you so much. Where does one find such a thing?
I've found quilts like this just through junk shops in the UK that they don't know what they've got or it's of no interest, and you can pick up treasure like that. Then I have when I used to go to the States a lot more, I would look at antique quilts and at trade shows they'd have booths that had them. So it's just looking through, and obviously now with the internet, I say that like I'm 90, with the internet.
With internet.
With internet. So I do scroll and look, and you just follow different shops and sites, and it just depends, if you're lucky enough to say, yeah, I'll buy that before someone else does so. Yeah.
Doesn't it make a lot of the quilts that we now make look very over-curated?
Yeah.
When you look at the spontaneity of older quilts.
It does, especially the scrappy ones. And I like the scrappier quilts, and that's the sort of quilt I make. So it's ones like that. And sometimes I'll just see an old quilt, and then you think, oh, yeah, I like that. I'll look up the block, or I'll draft the block and then look up what it's called, because it must be something, unless it's completely original. And then other times, I'll buy a quilt just because I think, I'll never make that. And then I have it at home for a while and think, oh, yeah, I could. Come on, let's stitch one. And so I'll do a version. So this was a bit like that. I loved it. And in the end, I was just like, yeah, I am going to stitch one. But actually, I just really, you want it.
Yeah,
so
of course. I love it. Would you like me to take it off the table so that you can...
I just want a bit of black thread when people worry about the thread. Anyway.
We all worry too much about what we're making.
Absolutely. So you're going to take this, what you mean, to your end of the studio?
I'll look after it for you.
Into my end of the studio?
No, I can definitely put it there. I just thought I'd move it out of your way just so that you can...
Okay.
I want to learn how to hand piece this beautiful quilt.
Oh,
I'll look after it for you. We'll leave instructions on their own on screen. I'll just nurse this little baby. Will you show us how to make it, please?
Okay, let's have a little blast of this then. So when I'm hand piecing, if I cut my pieces out using the templates, so they include the seam allowance, what you can do is, I'll show you on the back of your pieces, you've got little holes, dots, and you can poke your pencil through to make little dots in the corner. And this is going to tell you where to start and stop, because with hand piecing, you don't actually sew through the seam allowances in the way that you do with machine piecing. It just makes it easier. So it's one of those rules, as it were. And you can either mark all your pieces, or you can just mark the piece that's facing you when you stitch the two together. Now, when you put these together, if you want a line to sew along, if you've not done too much hand piecing, all you need to do is get the edge of the template between the dots, and you can draw a line if you're comfortable with that, sewing along a line. I must admit, generally, I've done quite a lot of this, and I tend to do it by eye. And you will probably be quite surprised how quickly you will get your eye sort of in tune. I'm going to start stitching here and finish stitching here. So I need to pin at the beginning and at the end. And you just make sure that you pin through the dots so they're lined up. And your raw edges are automatically aligned because you've rotary cut the pieces. I usually use a needle and thread as my first pin, because otherwise I'm going to put a pin in, then I'm going to take it out immediately and start stitching. So I do use thimbles. So I've got my gear on, and I use it's a
like finger. Do you remember finger bobs?
Yeah, I remember finger bobs.
Do you remember the prawn? It's the prawn, isn't it?
This is like the prawn. It's my finger pin cushion. So like I hadn't thought of that. Anyway, needle threaded, not in the end of the thread. The thread that I use is 28 weight thread, so that's thicker than the usually machining that we're all familiar with. Machine weight's 50 weight.
Yes.
28 weight, if you're a hand quilter, it's something you might be hand quilting with, but I use it as the weight for hand piecing.
Because we tend to say for like English paper piecing, fine thread so your stitches don't show. But you want a thicker thread for this.
Yeah, your stitches aren't going to show anyway because it's a running stitch. But you will find that, or I find, so the needle that I'm using is a sharp size 10. Just because that's a nice piecing needle size. But I just find, and this sounds really thread nerdy, but I like the thread to fit the hole that the needle's making. So I just think that you get a nicer tension and a better finish. When I first, like ever, after being self-taught, but the first lesson I ever had with This Is How You Hand Piece was with an American lady called Ginny Bayer, who's a bit of like an icon.
Yes.
And she was there and she was using a 30 weight, and I've had that as well. It's a different manufacturer, but it's easy to get the 28 weight. But I've always used a thicker weight to make the running stitch.
What a legend in our industry as well.
Oh God, I know. So much of what she's written is like sticking my hand over my mic, like my gospel.
Absolutely.
It's like anything you want to know. Oh, yeah, how to draft.
Her soft edge applique blew my mind. The piecing with absolutely blew my mind. Her border prints, her palette collection.
Yeah, the whole thing. I find bits now in my stash, and I'm like, oh my goodness, wasn't that a moment? Yeah, and her book's amazing. When you start stitching, got knotted thread, needle in on the dot. And I start as well with a back stitch. So that makes that knot extra secure. And then I'm going to stitch along just a regular running stitch. Now, because of the length of this seam, you could actually, just backtracking here, stick a pin in the middle for extra security. The reason why I find that useful is because although this is a running stitch, when I get to the pin, which is roughly halfway, I will do a back stitch. So you only have to do back stitches like every so often. More or less, if you do a lot of hand piecing, it becomes like just a rhythmic thing. But if you do the back stitch, and if you pull the thread, it'll gather, but only until that back stitch. So it means with your thread, you can actually tug a little to get a nice tension in that seam. And then when you get to the end, where that pin and that dot is, we're stopping for the first part of the construction, and I'm just doing 2 or 3 back stitches, so like you're reversing up your line of stitching. And then that's it. And you can snip your thread. I usually leave about, I don't know, 1 inch. If you snip right down close, if that seam comes under duress, you'll find that the thread will pop and it's more likely to come undone. Whereas if you've got 1 inch of thread, you can pull that seam all you like and nothing happens because of the take-up in that extra thread.
Yeah, clever.
And you've got your part of the centre of your block. Actually, is this the right one? Because remember, these are both reversed and not other way round. This is for the other block. There we go. But these are the two. The first pieces that you need to stitch together are for the centre of your block. And they will look, so you'll end up with two pieces. So you've just done two short seams there, and then you can sew the centre together. And this offers, you've now got a different sort of thing to negotiate, because although I've said, oh, you don't start on the raw edge and you don't sew to the raw edge, it means, well, what do you do when you've got seams like these that are sitting on top of each other or in the way? So what we're going to do here, I've pinned all the way, and I've pinned up to that seam junction. So I move them out of the way so the pin's right on the end, and then you can pin the other end. But we've still got these junctions. So as you're sewing towards that, I'll continue this line of stitching. And when you get to this junction, you're going to do a back stitch, one last stitch. So if you see, these seam allowances are pushed out of the way, so they're not actually in the way, but they still need to be negotiated. So up to the end there, and a back stitch. So that secures everything before that seam junction. And then move the underneath seam to the right and poke the needle diagonally through. So you've now come out on the other side of the junction, and you can move both pieces now to the right. And what you'll find is if you then come up from there ahead of the junction, so not on the junction but ahead of it, and then do a back stitch into that corner. And then you just start stitching the other way. So you've completely avoided stitching through that, so they're still proud. And if you open it up for a quick cheat, you see you've got...
Oh, look at that, yeah.
Your junction all knitted and tight together. Because
and that looks really securely stitched as well. Even though a running stitch, we tend to think of running stitch as a tacking stitch, but it's not. These are short stitches.
These are regular. If you think they used to make clothes by hand, so you could put your clothes together. You can still make clothes by hand with running stitches.
With a running stitch, interesting.
Yeah, you just forget because you don't need to do it, or you don't do it per se, but yeah, you don't need a sewing machine.
Interesting.
So once you've done that, you'll then find that you've got corners to put in. So the corners...
Don't forget to check out your pattern, by the way. There's so many of you with it in your baskets. I just want to mention really quickly, I've got a set of threads here, On Your Mark by Seth Apter. Love the fabrics. Love the fabrics. But look, there's a gorgeous selection of threads, and two of them are 28 weight.
Excellent.
These two are 28 weight. If you want to give it a go, they're in the pack. You've also got some even thicker threads for things like bobbin or really decorative top stitching. You've got finer weights as well. It's just a really lovely selection.
Have they got a 12 weight in there? What's your thicker one? What does it say?
They do.
Because if you've got a 12 weight,
yes, they do. 12 weight.
You could do big stitch quilting with that, hand stitching.
Gorgeous.
So that's nice. Those multi-packs.
Yes, those two. Flo's asked a question of you.
Oh, yes.
Interesting quilt programme today. Do you use the thread doubled?
No.
For your hand piecing?
No, it's single. On here, it's difficult to... This one's all ready to roll for the next bit of the... No, it is just single, knot at the end and just threaded through. I never use a very long thread. The thread's only ever maximum as long as my arm, just to basically, because it then doesn't get ruffled. It can, if you use too long a thread, you'll find, well, you spend all the time pulling it through.
Sure.
And you should never really be pulling it through any further than the pivot of your elbow.
Okay.
So, yeah, no, so it's single thread, not at the end. Start with a back stitch.
Great. It's a great method. And it's how English quilts were pieced that weren't pieced over paper.
Well, it is.
Or American?
It's more associated with American piecing, in that some people will define it as American hand piecing. I think I've always, when I was sort of learning, when I was brought up with it all, English paper piecing is the thing that's always called English paper piecing, and there's no other, or English paper piecing. And sort of generally everyone knows what that is. But when it comes to just hand piecing, I think because it fell out of fashion for so long, and then, you know, people kept doing it. I mean, I learnt how to do it years and years ago, but it just fell out of fashion, and people were like, oh, no, I'm learning, it has to be on the machine. And so it's always sort of that swings and roundabouts, what comes around goes around. And then people started to think, oh, well, you know, there must be other ways, or I want to make different shapes as opposed to things that I can churn out on the machine.
Sure.
So hand piecing just came back into fashion. And quite a while ago, I did a book purely on hand piecing for an American publisher. And then subsequently...
What's that book called?
Well, the English version is hand-pieced quilts. It's just hand-stitched quilts, and that's with Search Press. In fact, that's been out like a little while, but it's become like a real go-to because the only thing in it is how to hand piece, and all the blocks are for hand piecing, and all the templates are in it. So everything you need to get going is in there. And I did some videos as well during COVID, my foray into before the screen. So they were sort of on my YouTube. But it is something that, given that it is initially how quilts were made, but it just fell out of... And then people started to think you could only make a quilt on the machine.
Sure.
So it's just...
But a lot of people get fatigued by half-square triangles and flying geese, and it's like, oh, is this all there is to it? And hand piecing allows you to sew weird shapes easily. Because there's nothing harder about sewing those together than sewing squares together, is there?
And you're only ever doing the same thing. You're only ever sewing up to a junction and round a junction. Whereas when I put these blocks together on the machine, I have to sew the middles together. I've got one on the machine press that I'll show you later. But the pressing's different because you have to press as you go. Whereas with hand piecing, you'll not press any of this until it's finished. And then the pressing is done then. But it means the seams pivot differently. And things, you get lots of... Actually, I'll show you.
Interesting.
I don't need to...
Jill sent a lovely message saying, such a lovely, informative and interesting weekend. Thank you, Stuart. Carolyn, is there any way I can get the Prudence templates as I miss them? Now, we did talk about this in the break, didn't we, Carolyn?
We have.
You're going to come back. We can't get them back today. It's the weekend. Carolyn has very kindly said, yes, we can get more. And we will get more, but it will be a future show. You'll come back, you'll do a bit of a roundup.
It'll be all up. Yeah, Stuart and I were talking about this, and it's sort of up to the powers that be. But, yeah, physically, there are more templates.
Yes.
But just the way we haven't got them here. So, so it's just the powers that be. We talk about to them and about what have you. And, there are ways we can evidently come and do it
Maybe
again,
next time you come on air. When are you next here?
Well, it won't be next time, because next time I'm launching my new book.
Oh, are you? Ms. Carolyn Forster, and do you want to just drop a little... Tell me
cars
more.
on autopilot.
That was casual, wasn't it?
Well, you put it out
Very
there.
casual. I didn't know.
You put it out there. Well,
Go on.
Actually, the next time I'm on is for Search Press, and it's with the Chicken Scratch embroidery book.
Oh, fantastic. When is that?
That is, I want to say... beginning of February. It's about something like the 8th or the 11th. It's a Sunday. But we only sorted that out this week. So
Sunday.
That's also partly why I'd got this top
I was going to say, we'd spotted that. That's Chicken Scratch embroidery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gorgeous. Love that.
I haven't been able to wear it since we did the book in case I dropped something down. Before the book came out, I was like, well, I can wear it today.
Absolutely.
But yeah, but then after that, I think it'll be April time. We'll do another patterns show. Yeah.
Fair enough. Great. Well, we will get them back in the future. The pattern allows you to do it without acrylic templates. You've got your templates there. You can make your own out of mylar or cardboard or sandpaper if you can bear the crunch.
Ooh, that's really old school, isn't it?
It is old school, but it's good. We did it because it worked.
Absolutely, and they don't wear out.
Yeah.
Whereas if you just do it with card, although that's a really good emergency or first hand, basically if you keep drawing around them on card, they get fuzzy.
Yep.
And they'll change shape, basically. They're not as accurate. So if you can either use template plastics or something that isn't going to, die a death or need to keep being replaced.
Sure.
Then, card is basically, I make a lot of blocks first off with card.
Yes.
Because I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to like it.
Good old cereal box.
Absolutely. Pritt stick. I don't know if I'm going to like this. I'll make one out of card. And then when I'm like, I want to make more of these, then I get the template plastic out and do it properly so they're durable. Yeah.
Very good tips, those. Susan says her first quilt was random hexagons, all hand-stitched, random fabrics, random weight. It's lovely just to experiment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all the random. And I think sometimes it's a real shame that we then get worried afterwards.
Oh, we learn the rules and it's the worst thing.
We shouldn't be doing that. And you think, well, yeah, you should. You just do what you like. Or if you like it, use everything. You have
to relearn how to trust your instincts, don't you? I have an important job to do. Vian's messaged in to say, hi, Stuart, can you wish my sister Teresa a happy birthday? I certainly can. Happy birthday from everyone at Sewing Street, Teresa. I hope you have a fantastic day. Cake, I think. Cake,
definitely cake if it's your birthday. Happy birthday.
Cake and pop.
We are going old school, aren't we?
Squash.
Squash, yeah.
Orange squash. Lurid orange squash.
I think, it's like that Fanta that you get when you're abroad that's like luminous.
Yes.
And that's how our squash used to be. I don't know why we can't get lurid.
Practically radioactive.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Oh, I love spending time with you, Carolyn. You're such an interesting person, and you bring such a... We're not at the end of the show anyway. I don't know what... It sounds like I'm rounding up.
I'm going now. Bye.
But no, it's lovely. It's lovely. Right, could you tell us a bit more?
Okay, so we were talking briefly, it came up about the pressing. And so I've got 2 blocks here. And it just sort of shows you how the pressing's different if you're sewing by hand. So this one is hand pieced. So you can see the lines of stitching, you can see the knots, and you can see it's been pressed. All the pressing for these are really straightforward. It all goes in one direction because then it means all the seams will line up when it goes to the next block. And you can see that because of this, these have pivoted into they sort of make like little baby diamonds. It's like 3 diamonds.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I'm not going to speculate on how many sides there are. Well, actually, if there's 3 diamonds, and they've each got 2 sides, it's 6, so it's hexagon.
Yeah.
And in the middle, because these seams go the other way, you get like this little baby square. I always think the back on hand-pieced quilts is fascinating.
Beautiful.
And it's like a little work of art, and then you whack it on the wadding and never see it again.
True.
You should make one and keep it inside out. Now, if you were machine piecing them, that's different in that when you've put the 4 centres together, all the seams have to be pressed open for that.
Okay.
And also, because you're setting in, that dreaded setting in or Y seam, when it comes to the corners, you can't start at the raw edge sewing. You have to start and stop 1/4 of an inch in.
Just like
on
you
these
did
corners.
hand piecing.
Just like you did hand piecing, but when you're on your machine, you need to remember to leave some thread, otherwise you could get holes when you set in. And then basically, so these are pressed open, so that's why they're different. And then when you set in, you're pivoting around that corner when you do the setting in, and it means to get everything pressed flat, you get like just a different pressing picture on the back, if you like. But again, these are pressed in the same way because they all need to go round and round to go together.
When you do your set-in corners, Carolyn, do you do one seam with a pivot at the point, or do you do two separate seams?
I do I do one seam and pivot at the point. And in actuality, I think the patterns that I'm doing next when I come to do patterns, or I think we are, have got set-in seams.
Got you.
So there'll be, I might even be brave and do it on the machine.
Well, you say dreaded set-in seams, but they're actually very simple, very satisfying.
Yeah. And the pattern that we were going to do is, it's such an integral part. I mean, to be honest, you could hand piece that pattern, but I've always done them on the machine because it is this set-in seam, but it's a repetitive one. So it's the same shapes all the time, and it's the same set-in.
Good time to learn.
Good time to learn. So it really gets you on the ball with it.
Yeah,
so.
I love that. I love that. Well, excuse me. Well, the sample that's hanging behind Carolyn, that's all machine pieced, isn't it?
Yeah, I machine pieced that. I think I've got a bigger sample. I can't remember what I've got.
It's possible. You can do it. Jill's got the digital pattern. She's going to keep her eye out for the template. I was going to say, Jill, why don't you get the pattern and then you'll be ready when the templates come back into stock. Well done. So there it is.
Oh, the other thing you could do, and I'm not adverse to this like at all, is I will hand piece the blocks, and they're square.
Oh, yes.
So really, so you could then have the fun of hand piecing them, press them all, and then put all the squares together on the sewing machine.
Oh, you can do that?
Yeah,
Great.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So you can mix and match, you know, the best of both worlds like that.
Love that. So you've got your portable,
Yeah.
you're mindful, you're sociable as well. Let's face it, you can't really sit chatting when you're on the machine.
No.
But when you're hand
you've got that
piecing,
wall and the noise. But yeah, hand piecing, whole different vibe. Also, the other thing is with this quilt, because I'm looking at it, and when I put the blocks together, they're in sort of four sets of four. Now, if you wanted to quilt as you go, this is when you would quilt as you go. So if you kept making them this size and then quilted them and then chose one of your joining methods for quilt as you go, then you wouldn't have to wait for the whole quilt to be put together before you quilted it.
Now, I've only ever seen, well, I've seen a few different methods for quilt as you go, different pieces, but the one that most of us have seen has narrow joining strips, almost like a window pane effect.
Yeah.
Is that the only way you can join your squares?
No, there are literally dozens of different ways. So one of the most popular ways after the thin strips is that when you've got two blocks or units that are quilted, you trim back the wadding and the backing so everything's the same size as your patches. And you put them right sides together. As though, you know, right sides together like normally would, patchworks together. And then you have a joining strip on the back, which basically, as you sew the blocks together, you've got this folded strip on the back that once the seam's joined and you open it out flat, you've got this exposed seam and this folded strip, and the fold of the strip goes over the exposed area on the back, and you flatten it down, and basically you slip stitch that down.
So when you're joining the two blocks together, you are sewing through the top, the wadding and the backing on both pieces.
Yes. So you get a fractionally bulkier seam, but I find because I'm using either cotton or cotton blend battings, I can press that. So you can, which is usually like, oh no, you don't press it after you've quilted it, but actually, and so I will press that, and then you flatten out the strip on the back and just slip stitch that. So that's one way. I quite like that way because it doesn't interfere with the patch work on the front.
Yes, because the thing is, I was thinking about quilt as you go for this, but the sort of almost interlocking rings are so integral. If you had joining strips covering that, it would break it up.
Yeah.
So you can do it.
Yeah, I do think, with quilt as you go, there are enough methods to either for you to redesign the quilt, or
Yes.
if you want the quilt to look as the one we've done, then that method will be perfect for that, because you can't see anything on
You've
the...
got a book on all these different methods of quilting.
Yes.
I need that book, Carolyn. I need that
Yeah,
book. What's it called?
Quilt as you go.
The whole book is called Quilt as You Go.
There's 14 different methods. It is, it's
Guess
scary.
what I'll be doing this afternoon?
Yeah.
We need to get you on with that book. You haven't been on air, have you, with it?
I haven't been on here. I did a launch with it eons back, but I've never
Okay.
done... I don't think I've done on here a whole or anything. I think that when I come on at some stage, they're talking about the books. Oh, crap, I'm trying to think of all the emails this week about them. When I do the book launch for Chicken Scratch, I think there's like book offers then. They're bundling things, and I think they'll be talking about some of the books then.
Well, can I vote we have a whole show on Quilt as You Go, please?
There's a lot. Your Manx Log Cabin's in there as well. Because really, it's Quilt as You Go.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, so you're ahead of the curve on that one.
Yeah.
No chapter you won't need.
Oh, that's always me. Yeah.
Yeah, ahead of the curve. Yeah.
Love it. Right, grab your pattern, £9.99. Prudence's Choice. Physical pattern, hundreds and hundreds of you have gone for it. A lovely message. Hi guys, what a wonderful hour, full of knowledge and history. Please can we have more like this? Thank you. From Marcella, who's in Limerick.
Oh, lovely. Amazing.
I'm there
Oh,
for
thank
it,
you, Marcella. Thank you for getting in touch from Limerick.
Absolutely.
It's cool, isn't it? Isn't it cool hearing where people are from? Like, who are watching, like, all over the place. Yeah, that's
We
great.
have viewers in Colombia, we have viewers in Australia, we have viewers in France.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're global.
Yeah, no, it's just...
Global, yeah.
Yeah, amazing.
It's cool stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
You can get a digital pattern if you want. If you do live overseas and you're thinking, how on earth do I get this pattern home? You can do that, not a problem. Digital. No P&P, straight to your inbox. Away you go.
Yeah, no, exactly. In fact, there was something I was looking at before Christmas, and I've not usually looked at things and thought, oh, yeah, I want to do that now. I've just thought, oh, I'll wait and get the printed copy. And she was doing this little demo, and I was like, oh, that's pretty funky. Oh, look at that. Oh, no, I'm getting that now. Oh, that's now. Of course, I haven't actually made it, but I've actually got
You
the
needed
pattern,
it there
and
and
I
then.
had it there and then. So it's something quite satisfying about that little ping when you know it's come to your inbox, and you press your little download button. It's like, where's it gone now? I've downloaded it. I can't find it. Let me print it off before I lose it again.
No, totally. Hillary's message says, I have the Quilt as You Go book by Carolyn. It's brilliant.
Thank you, thank you.
Jill's message to say yes to the book programme. Thank you. That's 2 votes now. That's enough. That's enough.
That's
We're
enough.
doing
It's
it.
a go, yeah.
Right. We've also got quilt kits, don't forget. We've got this gorgeous kind of damson berry, a totally different look. Amazing price too. $64.99. It's beautiful, isn't it? I think that's absolutely stunning. You get your pattern as well, of course. I think that would look absolutely beautiful made up. Yeah, and I think you'd have to have a black and white stripy binding.
I was thinking of the whole room. I was thinking, I just got this image of, when you're a teenager and you want your room all black.
Oh, yeah, that was my brother.
And then you've got that, and it's like,
My parents wouldn't let him.
Why
Charlie
don't-
had his room painted black. No, Charlie's sister had her room painted black.
Okay, yeah, it's one of those things where parents are just like, whoa.
Oh, when the decorator came to redo it, I think he had to do 5 coats just to cover it black.
Yeah, exactly. I know my son's first room was like a really deep blue.
Okay.
And I know when we had that redecorated, the guy, it's the way they shake their head like that. It's like, ooh, that'll take some pre-prep. And we're
Sharp
like,
intake of breath.
Yeah.
I know. Ruined. We've also got the beautiful, mostly Liberty, part Liberty version that's been hanging behind Carolyn. Got some gorgeous soft pastels for this as well. Really, really lovely, restful, soothing palette.
And I do like that. I said before, didn't I, that I can't believe how that reminds me of the original vintage. I think it's that, the green and the blue in it, because the vintage one's got greens and blues in it.
Agreed, agreed. And, you know, I think we both agree, Carolyn, we don't treat a kit with reverence. We go to our stash. If we've anything we can add, we add. Yep.
Yeah, if you've got... Yeah, again, I did my first one with a mixture of low volume, where we've got the white here. Yeah. I must admit, then putting the white in, though, was really cool, because when you have to do your A's and your ARs, if it's plain fabric, you just turn it over.
Good point.
So you can't overcut or cut it wrong when it's a solid. So I must admit, I was like, yes, way to go. There's me with like, oh, I need low volume. I've got to remember to turn the template over.
Solids are our friend.
Yeah, solids are our friend. So so for me, with that in the kit, I was like, yeah, this is getting the ball rolling fast.
Very good point. It's a very good point. It is lush. We also had an amazing pattern from Carolyn in her first hour. Hundreds of you have already checked out on this. It's the Triplet block quilt. Another amazing stash buster, scrap buster. This can be done completely on the machine. $9.99 for the physical instructions. The actual quilt is 81 inches square, but you could make this any size, couldn't you?
It is literally, it's a repeat block quilt, so it's as much, if you get into a cutting frenzy, you know, or if you keep making them, and like when I start making a quilt, I actually don't know what size it's going to be until I draw the line, as it were. I either think, oh, I think I've done enough, or I'm tired of this now.
It looks right.
It looks right. That's such a funny phrase. Oh, it looks right now. Yeah. You know, it feels it's the right size. So, yeah, I think, yeah, if you decided it'd be a really sweet little kids' quilt or a crib quilt, really sweet if you like making...
Totally.
You know, because in the olden days, you know, there weren't necessarily, or not until the 1930s, special quilts that were crib quilts. It was always usually just a cut-down quilt or just a few big blocks put together. And it was like, well, this is big enough for a crib. Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's a really good, I just love it.
Yeah.
Hence why I made it. But hence then making another one with the kit for here was just fab as well. So with a repeat block quilt, it's got no sashing. You can literally stop and start when and where you want.
Or not, if you are anything like me and you just keep going. It's been an absolutely delightful morning. Fiona's enjoyed it too. She says, great hour. The knowledge that bounces off both of you is infectious. It's been lovely. It's been a real delight. Thank you, Carolyn.
Yeah, no, it's been good fun.
And good luck with the launch of Chicken Scratch quilting.
Embroidery.
Embroidery.
Yeah, so it's a bit different for me, but anyway, I'll tell them on the day about how come I got sunk down that chicken scratch hole.
Fabulous, fabulous. Can't wait. Right, well, safe journey home, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Keep going through for Carolyn's patterns. Absolutely brilliant. Right, after the break, we've got our final hour, and it is the turn of Brother Sewing Machines. I have got the very last of stock, probably ever, of the FS130 sewing machine. Absolutely amazing package. And if you really want to treat yourself, for under £1,000, the NV1150. They both have a 3-year warranty. I will show you after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Hi there, thanks for hanging on. Last little bit of Sewing Street then, and it is the turn of Brother Sewing Machines. I do have a few other gorgeous things. This is a rather lovely little bundle that I've got here, a great price too. What you've got here is a metre of calico and a set of universal Schmetz needles and a set of Microtex. The universals, we've got a big pack there, are you kidding? Wow, under tenner. Now, you know, I bang on about how fantastic Microtex needles are. These are absolutely terrific. You've got some 60s, you've got some 70s, and you've got an 80. So it's a really good range for piecing and maybe a bit of quilting as well. And then you've got your universals. They go from a 70 up to 100. So right from piecing right up to bag making and heavy duty. Loads of needles there, plus a whole metre of our extra wide Quilters calico. Make a stitch guide, make a stitch Bible, practice your quilting as well. I'm a big fan. Just get yourself perhaps a half a metre of wadding as well. Loads of you with that in your basket. I think for $9.99, well, are we just getting this for free? You got to be, really. Something like that, because that's a big pack of Schmetz Universal. And you're getting 5 of the Microtex. This is my absolute favourite for beautiful precision patchwork piecing and also for invisible machine applique. Universals, really great for everything, as the name suggests. Piecing, quilting, bag making, construction for your dressmaking as well. I mean, what a deal. And a metre of calico. When everyone's checked out, I'm down to my last 20 bundles. Look at the side. Look. This is our extra... I'm a superhero. It's great. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant deal. Flying out. Do you know what? At $9.99, this would be worth multi-buying. It would be worth multi-buying. You'd get your metre of calico in separate pieces. But you know what? I would piece two together and make a quilt backing. And you'll end up then with 4 packs of needles, 2 of those and 2 of those. If you multi-buy, it's such a good deal. It's such a good deal. I would go for it. More in baskets than we have. More in baskets than we have. Sheila sent me a quick message to say, I know I'm a bit late, but can you tell me, what did they use for the middle layer in old quilts, please? Quite often, nothing. It was a coverlet. It would be a patchwork top and a backing, and they would be quilted or tied together. But if there was something in the middle, often it would literally be combed out wool, fleece, basically, roving, yeah, combed from fibres, or it might be an old blanket, or it might be clothing, or something like that, or an old quilt that was too worn. That's sold out. Well done if you got it. We've had a lovely morning of interesting stuff, haven't we? And lovely little deals that you can top up with. Calico Man, Chris. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Calico Man. Love that. That'll be a VT before the end of the year. Brilliant, brilliant. Yeah, when I catch criminals, I wind yarn around their arms. Can I just mention... Am I able to just mention this because I love it so much? This is the thread collection from Liberty and Aurifil. It's $214.99. This is all sealed up. I can open it if you want. We might have an open one. Well, show us the... There you go. It's all the colours of Emily Bell, but in thread. And it comes in a genuine fabric-covered box. This is the real stuff. This is the quilt weight cotton covering a beautiful magnetic box. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. I've less than 20 of these boxes left now. Isn't it super? Really, really beautiful. It's Aurifil and Liberty. You get 45 small spools. What does each one have on it? If there's 9,000, it's a 50 weight thread. Is it 200 metres per spool? Yeah. Well, that's not a small spool. I know it's a small Aurifil spool, but that's not a small spool to me. Sorry, I couldn't get the word out. It's like I was a record stuck in the groove. 200 metres per spool, yeah. So to me, that's like 2 of the spools I regularly buy. Yeah? Brilliant. Absolutely amazing value. It's an investment, but 45 different colours. Lush. We'll try and find the open one and come back to that. Let's do the machines, yeah. Now, I need to talk about the FS140, first of all, because this is our last of stock, and I'm going to give you real numbers. I have got 20 of these machines left in the company, and that's it. And that is it. At the moment, we do not have a date at all, or even confirmation that we will ever get this machine back in. It is £349 today. You're making that £20 saving, but actually the machine you're getting is incredible. Now, I'm always really honest about everything that we have on air. If I tell you I love something, you know I genuinely do. And I would always say to people, there's a minimum you should spend on a machine, and there's probably a maximum too, really. But I would say ordinarily, about £300 for a sewing machine. It's probably going to be a bit basic. It's probably only going to have a few stitches. You're probably going to have to buy loads of extra feet for it. You'll certainly have to buy an extension table. This actually breaks that mould, because for £349, you really probably almost certainly won't ever have to buy anything else for it, because you've got 140 stitches. You get 100 on the front of the machine. This is everything from straight stitches, zigzags, things like blind hem stitches, overcasting stitches as well. You've got 8 different buttonholes. You've got specific patchwork and quilting stitches, lots of lovely decorative and heirloom stitches too. So that's your first 100. Brilliant. Probably more than you'll ever use. Most of us will ever use. It's so good to have all those different stitches. Up top, you've got another 40 decorative satin stitches. If I just tip that forward, you can see there's another 40. Okay. Then, below that, can you see you've got your full alphabet? See, if I compare this with another machine that is of a similar price, actually around about £500, we're talking sort of 5 Series Elna, far fewer stitches, an alphabet, but probably £150, £200 more. You know, so I just think for the money, this is unbeatable. So there's your 140 stitches plus a full alphabet, numbers, punctuation, European accented letters. Then you're also getting your extension table included, no extra charge. There's a good £40, £50 worth of value just in the extension table. It does have an accessory box. I've taken that off for the demo. As a newbie, says James, I really appreciate the FS140. All the extras are superb to get started with loads of projects. I highly recommend. James, thanks so much for that. I agree, but also as well, not just for beginners by any means. Not just for newbies. Brilliant for newbies because it's a really affordable price and you've everything there to take you right through on your sewing journey, whether you're doing home deck, whether you're doing dressmaking. It's got stretch stitches, for example, for things like jersey, T-shirts, stretch fabrics. It's got all of those. It's got your overcasting stitches and an overcasting foot so that you can neaten the edges of dressmaking without needing to buy an overlocker. I mean, that's just saved you, what, £500? £1,000? But if you really get into dressmaking, yeah, you could buy yourself an overlocker. But with this machine for £349, you can overcast. And if you buy a side cutter foot, which is £40, so we're still under £400, this will cut the fabric before you overcast it, which is basically what your overlocker's doing. So I think there's an awful lot about this machine, but then you're also getting your quilting stuff included for no extra money because in the box you will get your walking foot and your darning foot. They've called it a quilting foot, but that's your darning foot for free motion quilting. Now, that is at minimum 65, 70 pounds, minimum, for those 2 feet. So unless, I don't know, if you wanted an invisible zipper foot, well, you can buy those for, that's very specific to dressmaking and very specific to some dressmaking. It's not even essential for all dressmaking. Now, I need to let you know that once you've checked out your baskets, I've only got 14 machines left. We've already had some checkouts. There's quite a few in baskets too. I'm getting towards low teens. And then that's the machine sold out. Now, this has also got a 50 unit memory. So, shall I show you how to, I'll show you how to do it. I don't think we've got an overhead, have we? We'll try and move it around. I'll show you how easy it is to do. For now, I'll just turn it back to the camera so you can see what I'm doing, but then I'll turn it back around when Finn's moved the camera. So, you see up here, we've got this screen. Yeah, got the screen. And you see this little green light? This is telling me at the moment I'm in utility stitches, so it's the first 100, okay, from 00 to 99. If I press that button again, now we're on our decorative satin stitches. That's the other 40 stitches up top. And then if I press it one more time, I'm on the A for alphabet. Okay, I'm going to turn the machine around now. And we'll just adjust it slightly, but you'll still get the picture. I'm going to lift that up. Now, I can tell because at the moment when I look at the screen and I'm in alphabet, it's telling me that there are 16 characters programmed into the memory at the moment. And the first one is 19, which if I look, 19 is S. And that reminds me that the last thing I put in was sewing space street. That's my 16 characters. I'm not going to do that again, but I'm going to show you how. Like, if you turn your machine off, when you turn it back on again, whatever you did last is there in the memory waiting, okay? But if you want to get rid of it, all you're going to do, this button here, you've got plus and minus. We're going to, 15 characters, 14. I'm just taking them all out. There, back to 0. So there's nothing in the memory now. I mean, that's child's play. That's easy. And that's the kind of tech I like. I don't know about you, but I like tech that's really easy. Okay, let's put something in. Let's put a name. Let's put Hannah. Let's put Hannah. H is 8. So I pick stitch 8, add one thing in the memory. A is 0, 1. There's A. Now, 2 N's. So N is 14. 1 N, 2 N's. A again. A. And then H, which is 8. There we go. Hannah, okay? We've done it. We've done it. It's really quick and easy. It's so simple. It's so simple. I'm going to pop my fabric underneath. And basically, all I need to do now is sew it. I'm sewing through fabric and wadding here. But it could be a quilt label. It could be a napkin. It could be twill tape, and I might be making labels for clothing. Do you know, Hannah, you're so ungrateful. Just take the piece of fabric with your name on it and be grateful. Now, it's done it once, and then it's locking off. It does a little locking stitch at the end. I could just sew that again. I could move it along and I could sew it again. And if Hannah had been just a little bit more grateful about me sewing her name, I might have done it again, but she's not, and I won't. But just look at this. That is beautifully stitched out. Hannah. Very quick, very quiet as well. Did you notice how quiet the machine is? Absolutely gorgeous. I'm just going to take all that out of the memory now. It takes seconds. I'm going to go back to my utility and decorative stitches, and I'm just going to pick stitch 55, because that's a really pretty stitch. And I'm going to do a little bit of stitching. I just want to show you how some of these stitches look, because there's loads of opportunities in home decor, in dressmaking and in quilting where we can use these lovely decorative stitches. Real mess at the start because I didn't clip my threads, but let me just show you. Just have a look. Look at that, like a herringbone stitch. Absolutely gorgeous. Should have clipped my thread at the start though, that would have been better. Isn't that pretty? Absolutely delightful. Let me cut the threads off. Let me do another. Another of my favourites, of course, is stitch 28, which is the serpentine stitch. Now, I love this for quilting, and the serpentine stitch is compatible with your walking foot. And don't forget, you get your walking foot included. But I'm not using a walking foot right now. I'm just going to stitch out stitch 28 as it is, just to show you. Because we say 140 stitches, because that's what's on the machine. But let me just stitch this out really quick. Really quick. Okay. Lift the needle out. You've got needle up, needle down facility, of course. There's stitch 28 as is. It's lovely. For me, that's a little bit tight for quilting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the stitch length. Let's see, I'm going to go to the maximum, which is 4. I might have to dial it down a bit. I'm going to go to the maximum width, which is 7, and I'm going to try stitching that out and see how it looks. You see, you've got to think, there's the default. We can go smaller than that. Okay, I think that as an alternative to it. Now, the stitches are too long, so I'm going to go a little shorter. I'm going to go to a 3, and I'm going to stitch it out one more time. And I think as an alternative to straight line quilting, that is hard to beat. Do that diamond crosshatch over a quilt. You haven't got to follow any lines. You haven't got to worry about wobbling. Relaxed, easy, awesome. And you've got a 6-inch throat space on this machine. Plenty of room for quilting your own quilts. Do I need to be experienced to use this machine, or is it okay for a beginner? That's from Joe in Staffordshire. Brilliant question, Joe. I think the mistake we all make when we're at a beginner level of anything is we dumb down. We think, I'm a beginner, therefore I need a machine that's got 4 buttons on the front for 4 stitches, and that's enough. I don't want to overcomplicate myself. If we buy that machine, we'll have outgrown it by the end of day 1. Okay? If you're lucky, you'll get 6 months out of it. You'll have to replace the machine, otherwise you'll give up, because you won't be able to do the things you want to do. And actually, you probably end up having to wait a few years before you can justify replacing it. This machine would be great for an advanced sewer, but it's equally child's play to use. Absolutely suitable for a total beginner, Joe. But this will grow with you. You won't have to replace this. Okay, that's the important thing. Buy a machine for the sewer you want to be, not necessarily the person you are right this minute. You might not want to do dressmaking at the moment. You might think, I only want a machine for patchwork and quilting, so I don't need stretch stitches. I don't need overcasting stitches. But the first time you make a patchwork cushion, which you will, I guarantee it, you'll think, well, I could really do with finishing the insides of this machine, of this cushion cover. I need an overcasting stitch. Oh, my machine doesn't do that. Well, your machine does. And then you'll be thinking, well, actually, dressmaking looks quite cool. I'll have a go at that. Well, again, your machine's there, ready and waiting. Buttonholes, bags, zips on a bag. Of course, we need a machine that can do it all. And this really can. I'm going to sew a buttonhole as well while we're here. How have we got the bag of bits? We don't at the moment, but if we can get the bag of bits, I can do a buttonhole for this. You've got so many different feet. Is it there? Am I just missing it? It really has a huge range of stitches here. You've got 8 different buttonholes. And the reason why it's got 8 different ones is because you need a different buttonhole for stretch fabrics. You need the buttonhole to be stretchy. If you're doing a buttonhole on... brilliant, thanks, Finn. If you're doing a buttonhole on woven fabric, you need a different buttonhole. Anyway, my talkback's just gone. I'm just going to take that foot off. And I'm going to extend... Let me just... So this has a little slider. And that is for the size of your button. So ordinarily what you would do there is you would take the button that you want to sew onto your garment and you would put it in the back of the buttonhole foot. That will then determine the size of the buttonhole. And you can then take the button out or you can leave it in, but it will end up sewing you exactly the right size buttonhole. So it's really clever. You've also got a button sewing foot on this machine, so you don't even have to sew buttons on by hand. I mean, I just love that. Now, you've got a full printed manual with your machine. This is good stuff because it means you can always take it with you. You don't need internet access and you don't have to start printing something off before you can go. As a newbie, threading is difficult. How easy is the FS140 to thread, please, Sandy? It's so easy. The Brother needle threader is the best in the biz, I think. But I'll show you how easy it is to thread. I'll do that now. So let me show you. Right, so first of all, let's take the thread out. So your spool pin is on like a spring. It clicks away. Isn't that cool? So you click it out, put your thread on, and you always want the thread coming off the bottom of your spool. Okay. Spool cap, you get 3 different sizes. You just need to make sure it's bigger than the reel of thread. And then, Sandy, my top tip when you're threading a sewing machine, any sewing machine, is to hold it like dental floss. Because it's going to go through this little pin first. There's a diagram that shows you how. And actually pull the thread in. You'll hear it ping. A little bit like when you're flossing your teeth and you hear that ping. Round the back. Down. Oh, I need to show you on the front. So down. It's all numbered. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then down here, there's a little clip. Again, hold it like dental floss. Hold your thread like dental floss. And then ping it behind. It's so easy. You can't drape the thread round. It's almost impossible. But if you hold it like dental floss, it's easy. Then put the presser foot down. Now, don't ever try and thread your sewing machine up with the presser foot down. Because with the presser foot down, the 2 little tension discs that provide the top tension, they're 2 like little 2 symbols, right? When your presser foot is down, they close together. And your thread needs to be in between them. So some machines, you can't do that, but this machine, you could accidentally thread it like that. So always make sure your presser foot's up, the thread will go through. But then before the last bit, I always put the presser foot down. You're going to bring down your needle threader. Are we able to go from the back for this, please, at all? Yes, please. Oh, no, I think there, yeah. Bring that down, hook the thread under. There's a little, almost like a crochet hook, and back, and pull the thread through. And you'll see a little loop appear. I think I've just, there, I'm going to grab it. Yep, there it is. Lift your presser foot and pull the thread straight through. It is as easy as that. My best tip I can give you, though, with threading any machine, is for the first 10 or 15 minutes, thread your machine, snip your thread and pull it out. Thread your machine, snip your thread and pull it out. Thread your machine 20 times so you get the muscle memory, so you learn how. Because I know it seems like a really silly thing to stumble over, but one of the things that can really make people stumble with a new machine is I can't remember how to thread it. I don't want to get the manual out. I can't remember what I'm doing. And it's enough to go, I won't do any sewing today. But if you practice straight away, do it so that you feel like you could almost do it with your eyes shut. Then every time the machine comes out, you'll be like, yeah, easy, threaded, done, away we go. And you'll never worry what happens if the thread breaks. It's the same with overlockers. I think, even though I understand it's kind advice, don't rethread your machine. Just tie your threads and pull them through. You will never learn how to thread your overlocker if you do that. You could tie the thread on here and pull it through. You'll never learn how to do it properly. A little bit of practice, easy as pie. Right, let's sew this buttonhole. Right, the other thing you have to do when you're sewing a buttonhole is there's a little lever here at the back, this little grey thing that pulls down, and it sits just behind this little bit of plastic here. You'll know you've got it in the right place because when you push on it, the foot will go back and forth like that, okay? Right, let's choose our buttonhole. Let's do number 38. There we go. A straight rectangular buttonhole, easy peasy. And the great thing about your buttonhole is it will sew the same buttonhole as many times as you like, exactly the same size and shape. I think wait a minute. I think, has my bobbin thread run out? Maybe, maybe not. Easy, top loader. Nearly. Top loader. Right. When you put your bobbin in, like a letter P, yeah, the tail coming off the back, okay? Oh, we're single figures on these machines. Don't miss out. That's it. Blinking, you miss it, isn't it, really? It's ever so easy. You can see what colour's in your machine. You can see how much thread you've got before you start. It's really, really clever. Right, there we go. Let's do that buttonhole. And look as well, you've got your lift, and then you've got extra lift if you need it. Yeah? Do you see? So that's down, normal lift without hands, and then extra lift if you're doing something really bulky. It won't hold in that position, but you can get your fabric through. Right, away we go. Oh, pull that down. Behind there, we're away to go. Did you see how it told me that there was something wrong? It beeped at me. This is a big buttonhole because it's a big button. You know what they say, the bigger the button, the bigger the buttonhole. I'm just holding that top thread so it doesn't make a mess and get stitched in. I like big buttonholes and I cannot lie. It'll even knot off the thread. I mean, how easy. Watch this now. It's done the buttonhole. When I lift it, it springs back to say, I'm ready. Let's do the next one. And there is your perfect button. Now that is a smart looking buttonhole. That is a beautiful buttonhole. And this is the thing that will finish your garment or your home decor project with style. And you'll feel 10 feet tall because you did that. Even though you're a beginner, you've never sewn a buttonhole, you've avoided buttonholes for years. No need. Good equipment will give you good results. One of the worst things that's ever said is a bad workman blames their tools. I remember on the first series of the Sewing Bee, probably for half of the people there, the sewing machines that we'd got were a massive climb down from our regular machine. They were really basic, really simple. For a few people, they were a step up. Okay, the result, very varied. Oh, I came to do some buttonholes on thick fabric. The machine just couldn't cope. And I thought, oh, haven't I got my lovely machine that I can sew on here? Now, you would say, oh, well, a poor workman blames their tools. But if your machine can't cope with what you're trying to do, then it doesn't matter how super skilled and advanced you are. A good machine will make anybody look better, genuinely. You know, if it sews a beautiful, you know, even 1/4 inch stitch, half the battle's done. If you've got your walking foot, you can quilt your quilts. You know, if you have to go out and buy those things, you know, I think there's a real possibility that this is the last time we'll ever have this machine on air, because we're down to single figures now. It's oversubscribed on the website, and it is a fabulous, fabulous machine. I'm going to pop the regular foot back on. It's great, isn't it? Morning. I'm a beginner and I bought this 1 month ago, the FS140, and I love it. Susan, that makes me very happy. The thing is, you'll still be using that machine when you're an intermediate sewer, when you're an advanced sewer. You've got a 3-year warranty on your machine for domestic use. 1 year is mandatory. Isn't that confident for Brother to say, we're happy to do 3 times the warranty that we should be charging? The other thing is as well, I learned an interesting fact the other day, that statistically, if a machine's going to break down, it'll either be in the first few weeks or months of use or years ahead. I love that. You've got a 3-year... See, most things you'll get a 1-year warranty. Well, the truth of the matter is that if there's going to be anything wrong with it, it'll either happen straight away or it'll happen, it might be 2 years down the line. Well, with your regular 1-year warranty, you'd be out of warranty there. With your Brother, you've got 3 years to use this every day, 7 days a week. Love it. Make every bag, every quilt, every dressmaking project you've ever wanted to make. You know, these are strong, motored, tough, practical machines. I get people in classes say to me, is my sewing machine going to be able to sew this shoulder strap together? It's quite thick layers. I always say, you've got a Brother machine there. That's designed to sew thick pockets on a winter coat made out of wool. Absolutely, it's going to go through. Check your needle. If you're going to have problems, it could be that your needle's not thick enough, and that's going to be the issue. But your machine can do that. Your machine can cope. Don't forget, you get your walking foot and your darning foot and an extension table included in the price. I've got 2 machines left. You are going to need to check out your baskets. I've just got 2 machines up for grabs. I don't think we'll have this machine on again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow. If I was going to recommend one thing, particularly to dressmakers, as an additional purchase, and probably the only thing you'll ever want to buy in addition, it's this. It's the side cutter foot. The side cutter foot, if we have a close-up look at the image there, excuse me, it's got a little blade. Can you see that black Phillips screw? Yeah, there's a little blade, it's almost like a guillotine blade, and that goes up and down as you take each stitch. And your fabric passes under the slimmer left-hand side of the foot and over the top of that wider metal, almost plate that's got those little markings on it. So it's almost like a blade against a blade, like scissors cutting through your fabric as you stitch. But that cutting motion happens just before the stitch. So when you use an overcasting stitch on your FS140 or your FS250 or your 210 or your 130, any of these machines, or your VQ 1150, NV 1150, sorry, NV 1150, it will cut and then sew. So you've got perfectly neat edges on your fabric. Very clever. Very clever. Right, should we head back to the machine? All right, I need to check the stock and see if we have anything left. How many in baskets, Hannah? We are oversubscribed. We are oversubscribed. Well done if you've got your machine. It's absolutely beautiful. It is a lovely machine. I really love the rose gold. I think it's ever so smart looking, very stylish. And also, this is a lovely size of machine because from needle to back of the machine, you've got about 6 inches of space to get your project in, your quilt, your coat, your curtains, your blinds, whatever you want to make. There's loads of space in there, ample space to get your projects through. But you've also got your included extension table. And what this does is it creates this massive work table that you can support your work on. Half the battle in quilting well is having your quilt well supported. If you are trying to lug all the weight around by yourself, you are fighting a losing battle. No one's going to win the battle against gravity. The older I get, don't I know it? Okay, and that's the same is true when you're quilting or making a big heavy pair of curtains or a big heavy coat or a dress, or you know. So having this extension table is such a help. Now normally you'd have to buy it, £40–50 for an extension table. You're getting this included. I think the price, £349, is amazing. Absolutely amazing. For £349, you should be getting a good quality but basic machine. For £349, you shouldn't really be getting an extension table, a hard cover, a walking foot, a darning foot. I mean, I'm amazed that you even get a button fitting foot. Most brands don't come with button fitting foots until you're in the £1,000, £1,500 price range. But £349, you don't even have to sew your buttons on by hand. And if you're not ready for buttonholes and buttons and zips to start off with, you don't need to do any of those things. Do your patchwork, make simple cushions, make an apron, you know. Do simple things to start. When you're ready to move on, your machine's either ready to go with you or it isn't. So the very first sewing machine I ever bought was cheap as chips, made by that motorbike manufacturer. You know the one I mean. Literally, I think by the second time I used it, I thought, I've outgrown this. I had to keep it for 2 years because I just couldn't afford, I couldn't justify. 14 of you now have the machine in your baskets. I've got 2 machines left. Sorry, 1 machine left. 1 machine left. Is there a 1/4 inch stitch? You betcha there is. You betcha there is, Francis. The machine is now sold out, but I am just going to show you where that 1/4 inch stitch is. Regular foot on the machine. Stitch number 46 is a 1/4 inch stitch, okay, if you line up your fabric with the right hand side of your foot. Most of the time that's what you'll do, but sometimes you want to sew a 1/4 inch away from a seam, so actually what you want is a 1/4 inch from the other side of the foot, and that is stitch 47. So isn't that cool? It's such a great machine. Well done if you managed to get the last few. That has sold out now. I feel a bit sad. I feel happy because you've got your machine. But, you know, well, you know, it's a fab machine. Let me just unplug that. OK, right, now we have got the open sample of the Liberty. Because this is gorgeous. There we go. Right. I've moved out of the way now, Ollie, if you wanted to go behind me. Oh. Hello. That's a box of delights. 45 beautiful, not small spools at all. Each one is 200 metres. Now, this is what I call a small spool, okay, which is your Gutermann 100 metre, but this is 200 metres. Basically, it occupies the same space in the world, but it's twice as big. 200 metres on every single reel, and you get 45 of them. These are all the colours of Liberty Emily Bell. And this is a very, very special and exclusive collaboration between Aurifil and Liberty. And even the beautiful display box, keepsake box, is covered. Now, this isn't a print on card. This is actually fabric covered box. And literally every part of it is covered in Emily Bell. Isn't that beautiful? It's such a special thing. And actually, the price per reel of thread is phenomenal. It's absolutely fantastic. You get 45 reels, £4.77 a spool. Now, remember, there's 200 metres on each spool. I'm used to paying £260, at least £250 for 100 metres of sew wool thread on its own. You're paying less than that for the Liberty collaboration in this amazing box. And also, this isn't a one and done, because look, all of the spools, you have a legend, all of the numbers. So when you've used one up, you can then buy this colour and replace it. So your box can be full forevermore. That's like a sort of a wish, isn't it? The genie gave me 3 wishes. May your spools never empty. Oh, isn't that beautiful? It's quite an emotional moment, isn't it? That's what I wish for you, that your spools are never empty. Grab yourself a tissue, love, you'll be fine. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, I've got some Liberty fabric here. We do love the fabric too. These are kind of gorgeous jewel colours. Jewel tones indeed. Absolutely luscious, and you're making a saving. These are half metres, by the way. These are all half metres. I think I might just have to cut a little bit off each one to keep as a little keepsake. No, I don't mean I'm going to steal a little bit of your fabric. If there's a 5-inch square missing from each of your pieces of fabric, it was me, okay? It was me. 71.41. That is beautiful. The other bundle that I've got is more pastels. And then I need to do the menu. But hey, don't go anywhere, because Hobby Maker is up after the break and you don't even have to touch the dial on your TV. Just stay tuned. Look at those. Lush. Absolutely gorgeous. Right. Beautiful. Again, a £5 saving, 71.41 for the bundle. 9 half metres. Wouldn't Caroline's quilt, rather, either of them, either Prudence's Choice or the Triplets quilt, look amazing done in Emily Bell. To be fair, I would do them all. I want them all. I want them all. That will surprise no one. Right, let's do tomorrow's menu. It's me. We're starting off, one of my favourites, Jason Yenter with the Carpet Bag Romance Collection. You had me at Carpet Bag, Jason. At 9 o'clock, we've got the Margot Fleece with Tash Hutchins. At 10 o'clock, the Sewing Room Tools. At 11, Tash is back with the Diana dress and top. And then we'll finish off at 12 o'clock with the fabulous Sam Sabido and the roundabout jumper and shades of winter shawl. Remember, we've only just started winter. Stay warm, stay cosy, and stay tuned for Hobby Maker. I'll see you tomorrow.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. And you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.